by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice, safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end. Folks. So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human. The test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to change what we define it as well. It's not just text based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on artificial intelligence?
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online, and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data, and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product, and then 5 seconds later, an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we've run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
assist? Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. When we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence, of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly
and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking artificial intelligence today. So there's, and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into two categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where, you know, it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You could even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. You know, the couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them off. So
Oh, that's helpful.
they're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI.
Mhm.
And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, you know, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting into like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If you know, what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know. I don't know what we ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, you know, most of what we do now, you know, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Gary Kasparov would differ.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On this show, we like to say theater of the mind. It's kind of like that. Theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require thorough understanding of the people and the things within the environment, including understanding feelings and behaviors. There's no examples because they don't exist, but you know, attempts at mimicking human emotion in automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this and and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for Chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, but everybody expresses emotion in different ways. So you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name of it. We learned it in college, but it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? You know, that's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or
Right.
a certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like I don't know if I as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already and some of the challenges we've had where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input, voice inflection, body movement, you know, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are, but you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. You know, one of the implementations that people have talked about with this is customer service. You know, they had the one hotel in Tokyo that didn't last very long, that the front desk was entirely run by automaton.
I'm sure that was a blast.
And it was because they thought the automatons would interact better with people than people would, which I'm not really sure why you would think that. But the problem you run into is you get into that uncanny valley scenario where people are just creeped out by it. It looks enough like a human to make you think it is, but not enough to know it is. So it made people feel very uncomfortable. But I could see in a situation like that where you're implementing emotional stuff, detection, where you want to know if someone's angry. You know, do I really need to get a manager? Are you like stuff like that where you're interacting with people?
I could see that.
It's funny that they're exploring that path now when you have grocery stores that are doing away with their self-checkout because people dislike not having a human to deal with at a register now. So it's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, if it's a regional thing or what, but it seems people are kind of finicky.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, it's like, is it cost effective to build a robot to talk to people than to just hire someone for minimum wage to work at the front desk?
Right. That's a
And
very good
I know
point.
the argument is that, well, the robot could do it for forever, whereas we have to worry about this person, their livelihood, and they need to go to the bathroom, take a break, things like that. Robots don't have to do that. But it's like, I mean, come on.
You don't have to contribute to a 401k with robots either.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to swap out a few parts every once in a while.
Right.
So I don't know. And the practicality is where I get hung up on of how are we really going to use these things, and are they going to be worth the effort and time we're putting into trying to figure it out.
I agree, and I think it's almost like it's a fun school project people are working
Yeah.
on. But the golden ring, or the prize of artificial intelligence, at least as far as sci-fi tells us, is self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Self-awareness is where the AI, they only exist hypothetically right now, and only in science fiction for the most part.
Yeah.
But these are the types of systems that can understand internal traits and states and conditions and perceive human emotions. And these machines are smarter than the human mind, which is really what's terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. They'll be able to understand and evoke emotions in those it interacts with, but it'll also have its own emotions, its needs, its beliefs. This is where we get into things like a HAL 9000 from 2001 or Skynet or something like that. I don't know if anyone's shooting for self-awareness. Is self-awareness possible with today's technology?
I was actually just thinking about that because, like, you have in here about it having its own emotions and needs, and I think it would be more terrifying if it didn't have emotions, if it was purely logical, right? Because, you make a AI and it instantly determines that humans are bad for the planet and decides to wipe us out.
Right.
Because, like, I mean, we could make that conclusion, but we're also, we are humans. We're not going to wipe ourselves out, intentionally. So it's like, I don't know if we would get to the point where that's possible. I don't know. I obviously don't know anything about programming, but how would we program emotion? I guess, you're seeing the baby steps with this facial recognition software, but at what point are we able to program emotions? Is it something like using a human brain as the blueprint? I have no idea where this would go, but it sounds like fantasy, but one that is close enough to reality that, maybe, but I just don't know how they would do it.
And you make a very valid point there. I think humans in general have a very difficult time dealing with emotions, recognizing emotions, and coping with them already. I don't know how you would possibly translate that into software.
No, I think it would have to be. You can't. I mean, it's all math based, right? So you can't. That's the whole point of emotion. You can't quantify it, right?
Right.
Unless you measure like heart rate, I guess, if you're angry or sweating or biological reactions. But when it gets to the thinking about interpreting emotions, I just think it's too nebulous. And if we did have a self-aware AI, it would have to be, maybe based off of personality, or it would just be purely logical.
So then we're talking something more along the lines of RoboCop, where we take the ex-con and we stick his brain into the robot there, and that's the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or in Halo, if you guys are familiar with that, they use a human brain to then make an AI.
Right.
So the AI is like part human, kind of. Something like that, but I don't think we can do that yet, and I don't know how we would.
And you know what? I think that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now, I think, is our computing power.
Yep.
In order to produce the amount of computational power that the human brain has, you need the fastest supercomputer right now to even approach it. And I think until we get to, real practical quantum computing, I don't think we have much of a hope of even reproducing it. People, I think, don't understand how remarkably capable the human brain is.
A lot going on.
Yeah, how fast it operates, how many different things it can do at one time. And computers just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yes, computers are very good at doing the same thing over and over again. And they're very good at doing math. But they're only that good because humans make them that good.
Yeah, and it's when you get that line of what we're creating is superseding us, that it's like, okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point where we can take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about Is artificial intelligence dangerous in its current form and future forms? We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So Elon Musk, not Musk's, Elon Musk wrote, "The pace of progress in artificial intelligence," he says, I'm not referring to narrow AI, "is incredibly fast. Unless you have direct exposure to groups like DeepMind, you have no idea how fast. It's growing at a pace close to exponential. The risk of something seriously dangerous happening is in the next 5-year time frame, 10 years at most."
Where was this quote from?
So this was from Elon Musk. I didn't see
Okay.
where the quote.
I just wanted to see if we were still in the window or not.
I didn't get a date on that, but I have to imagine we're pretty close to that window.
Any day now, the robot uprising is going to happen.
Well, the fact that he made cars that are self-driving and running people over and killing them tells me right now that AI actually physically is dangerous.
He can make himself sound smarter by just becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So, what do you think of that? I mean, I think there's a lot of scholars, there's a lot of scientists that talk about AI. Elon Musk is a guy who's neck deep in it. He's building them. He's releasing them. You see what we do. SpaceX has rockets that fly back to Earth and land themselves. Tesla has cars that can drive themselves and park themselves and stuff. So that's real practical AI that's in the world now. How serious do you think you take this kind of warning from Elon Musk?
Not that seriously. Just because I don't see any like real world application of this idea, right? I also don't know what DeepMind is, but it sounds very scary. But I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like we would be seeing more examples of it, other than the Teslas running people over and causing traffic. But that's just faulty hardware. That's not necessarily, the AI thinking for itself and choosing to kill all humans. That's a functionality issue, right? So I don't know. I don't think it would be this quick. I just think we would see more implementation of AI in our day-to-day lives for it to then turn into something dangerous. The most I could see it being is like an over-reliance on computers and AI instead, and when then they malfunction, then you have problems like the recent airport, the FAA systems went down, things like that, things where we have large-scale operations being run by AI, and then the AIs break, and then we have a problem.
So Musk was quoted in a separate quote comparing AI to the dangers of the dictator of North Korea. Now, yes, it's Elon Musk, so there's a lot of...
Take it with a big old grain of salt.
there's a lot of self-promoting, angles that he goes through here. But we've got artificial intelligence in machines that are capable of killing people. Not designed to, but capable.
Right.
We also have it designed into devices that are designed to kill people. You've got Predator drones that are AI driven. You've got Tomahawk cruise missiles that are AI driven. You've got Phalanx Sea-Wiz close-in war weapon systems on ships that are AI driven. These are machines that are built already to kill and are powered by AI. Are those potentially dangerous, or do you think we have enough control over those?
Well, I mean, they're weapons, right? So they're inherently dangerous. It would be more about again, I just think, are we shooting for the notion of them like rising up and like actively trying to kill people? Because I think it would be much more realistic for them to just be taken over by another human, right? To have somebody hack into them, or to have them malfunction, and instead of targeting here, you're targeting somewhere else where you're not supposed to. I just don't think it would be the AI necessarily choosing to kill a bunch of people. I think instead it would be a malfunction.
So to paraphrase, we're hoping that it's humans that are the problem,
Right.
and not the AI that's
Exactly.
the problem.
And we can count on that.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that logic makes sense, because you can count on that human factor. Like, it's very likely that you would have a foreign entity attack our infrastructure here
Mhm.
before I think you would have an AI go rogue and shut down the power grid.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you're not gonna, like, you talked about the Predator missiles. Like, the Predator missile's not gonna wake up one day and go, "Hey, I'm gonna go blow up that town." Someone's gonna have to tell it to go do that. We're not at the point where these things can like actively, pursue missions or pursue goals on their own unless they're told to by somebody else, like an operator.
So, all right, let's run with that for a second. So they're not going to rise up. You're not going to have a Skynet take over the world and nuke the entire world. But you have machines that are trusted to go do a job that may involve violence.
Mhm.
If those machines can then be usurped by a nefarious third party, and our trust in those machines allows them to continue to do their job, when they get usurped, we have a new target designation.
Right, exactly. And that's I think where you get into the real world danger of this. But I mean, that's our world in general has a heavy reliance on computers, right? And so I think that comes with the risk, right, of the ease of use and the scale of our operations. You need something like AI to run it, because it's not feasible for people to do it all the time. And I think that just comes with the territory of, if this is how we're going to run things, then there's a chance that someone could take it over. It's no different than, well, it's different, but we're reducing a little bit. But if you had a gun and someone took your gun and killed you with it, it's the same thing.
So AI is the tool.
Yeah.
It's not the intent.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Until we get to the point where, we have a fleet of drones that are, flying around the globe just taking pot shots wherever they want, that are programmed. Well, I guess they wouldn't be programmed at that point. But I'm saying, like, instead of a fleet of jets flown by pilots, if it was a fully automated, bunch of drones where they could all communicate and make their own decisions, once they get into that level of autonomy, that's when you're running into more of an AI-based issue, I think.
So Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, everyone's
We're getting all the banner people out here today.
he said at one point in time, artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world.
That's a little extreme.
First off, do you agree with that?
I mean, I guess, because at that point, wouldn't you just have the strongest army too? If it's, he says it's got enormous opportunity, right? So then by that logic, you would, unless those unpredictable threats like make it worse for you. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's any different than having the strongest standing army, right? And whoever has that, you're by default the most powerful, unless you control like the economy. That's different. But in terms of like military force, if you have a bigger or more effective army, yeah, you're going to be more powerful, right?
So, do you think that in order to combat nations, like assuming Russia's gearing up towards artificial intelligence, do you think the only way to combat nations like that is with your own artificial intelligence?
I think so. I mean, that's how these things usually go, right? Like an AI arms race, which, hey, sci-fi authors out there, that's a free title. But, yeah, I just think it's going to... And you're going to dig yourself into a hole, right? Because the more we go into this AI route, the more you're getting into these threats that are difficult to predict, like he's talking about. So the further we go with this technology, the more we're getting on that edge of accidentally making something that could either get its own intelligence or something that is more likely to be, like you said, usurped and used against the, whatever country's making it.
Okay. Now we're talking AI in actual active weapons there, but there's potential danger elsewhere too. What about social manipulation? What do you think AI could do from a social manipulation standpoint? I mean, so far we've had social media. I don't want to say usurped because it's being used as it's designed.
Right.
But you've had situations where you've got Facebook and the whole Cambridge Analytics, and you've got Twitter trying to, all the Twitter files coming out now telling us how people try to manipulate elections and stuff. Where do you think AI falls in there? Is AI, is that algorithm as you go through your social feed? Is that AI manipulating you in such a way that it could be dangerous?
Absolutely. And I think that this is where you get into the things that are much more real world dangers, right? Especially when it comes to things like social media, you run into that echo chamber issue where you're only hearing ideas and things that reinforce what you think. So you never hear anybody else's ideas, for better or worse. But generally, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should be able to, see ideas from everybody and then interpret them how you want. But when you get into this with social media where you're seeing the same things over and over again, it just reinforces your own beliefs and makes you double down. And it makes everybody closed-minded and more isolated from each other and more extreme in their beliefs, too, in certain situations. So I think when you're getting into things like that, and like you said, the Cambridge Analytica thing where it's straight-up manipulation of people, I think when those have real-world consequences, which they did and still do, I think that's much more dangerous than worrying about a drone going rogue or something like that.
Well, surely manipulating the mindset of common citizens isn't something that's unique to AI. I mean, the Nazi Germany had an entire propaganda ministry that was designed to do that. You've had this type of thing that was driven by humans for hundreds of years now. What does AI bring to the plate that makes it any more dangerous than just humans doing this type of activity?
I think it's the scale and the pace of it, right? So AI is very good at learning. That's what it does, or at least whatever. I'm talking about the algorithm in social media.
Right.
It's good at learning what you do, what you look at, and I think it can do it at a pace and with an effectiveness that humans just can't do, or can't do as fast, or on such a big of a scale. I mean, a human could look at what you do on Twitter, what you click on, what you like, but it would take them much longer to figure out, okay, well, what should I serve them next in their timeline that they'll click on, versus an AI looking at it and figuring it out like that. So I think it just makes it more effective and efficient, honestly.
That's a very good point. So the other one that they talk about is invasion of privacy and social grading. I don't know if we've never really talked about social grading in the past here. It's being done in some Asian countries already, where depending on what your reputation in social media is how you're treated in society. But I've seen this in sci-fi as well, where it's extremely emphasized in how people treat you. But from an invasion of privacy, you brought up a very good point of, well, everything's listening, and if I say something, I start getting advertisements. Is that a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I know people that feel like they're being manipulated. They'd rather it be not targeted and just give me what I want.
That's what targeted advertising is they give you what they think you want. Without targeted advertising, you're just going to get bunch of crap thrown at you there. I mean, is that really a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think when you, the people that have issues with it, I think they see it as of being manipulated, that even if it's something I want.
Well, advertising is manipulative.
It's true, which is why it's so effective.
The definition of advertising.
I know. I just think it's I think people have an issue with it because it's that invasion of privacy of, even in my own home, I'm being sampled for data and it's being regurgitated back at me so I can become a better consumer. It eventually it just feels like it's all boiling down to you just pumping money into the economy.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It is effective though if you're a business owner.
Absolutely.
From a capitalist standpoint, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones they talk about is misalignment between our goals and the machines. And this one, I don't know how much of a problem this was. The great example they give is you get into a self-driving cab and you say, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. Okay. But if the machine itself is doing what it thinks you've asked it to do, that could involve exceeding the speed limit. It could involve dangerous driving. It could involve driving into the river that's between you and the airport to try to get you there. I think this is kind of a silly example of, I mean, this is no different than people following their GPSs off the road, you know. Is this something we need to worry about, where if we're putting our lives in the hands of these machines at some point in time, and you know, they're already talking about having air taxis to the airport and stuff like that. So you're ramping up the level of complexity and the level of danger associated with the reliance on these machines. Is it possible that somebody misses a line of code that says stop at stop signs? Is that a danger?
I mean, not really, right? If these things are being put out on a global scale, surely they would test them, right, and see if that's an issue. You've had some issues with this with self-driving cars where they have malfunctions, where they'll, you know, I saw one the other day where a Tesla was in like a tunnel and just stopped, and I don't know why, and then like 8 cars hit it. So things like that will happen, but I think if you're talking about like the foundation of the code getting out there, that's something's wrong with it, I don't really think you have to worry about that. I feel like it would be extremely irresponsible of whatever company is making it to put it out there, not having it be fully vetted, especially when you're getting into like transportation and things like that.
There was one example of a Tesla that was driving on a highway at high speed, which they supposedly excel at. They're very good at that because that's how the sensors work best and the computer works best and everything.
Going fast?
On a highway situation where they're not doing stop and go traffic a lot. And what happened was there was a vehicle that was in the left lane that this thing was driving in, and it wasn't expecting a vehicle. It wasn't expecting a stationary target. And because they use LiDAR and they use radar, and they'll gauge the distance between themselves and the next machine. And the assumption is that machine's going to be moving so he can make calculations based on timing. And what happened was this vehicle was stopped in the left-hand lane. The device, the smart car, saw that the machine was there. But because it wasn't moving, it assumed that it was a glitch in the sensor, never tried to hit the brakes, and literally accelerated right through the vehicle. And it did everything it was supposed to do based on the rules that it had. And someone had missed a rule that said, hey, there's a chance that something could be stopped in your lane. You have to stop for it.
Yep.
And that got out there after all this extensive testing. That still got out there into production. So there's a chance that you can get code that's broken out there.
That's true.
How do you deal with that? Who's liable at that point in time?
I mean, probably the company still, right? I mean, it's still their self-driving car that rammed into it. I think the onus is still on them. Even if it's something that they could never predict, then don't make the technology. If there's a chance that something like this could happen, then maybe it's just not meant to be. Or we just go through the trial and error of, you know, potentially people losing their lives until we figure it out and put out enough software updates, if you want to look at it in like a morbid sense. But I mean, there's things
that could be a high attrition rate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just think maybe at a certain point, if the body count gets high enough before you get version 4.0, maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just stick to driving ourselves around, or we limit it to, you know, certain public transportation options instead of every consumer having their own self-driving car.
And that's certainly a consideration to solve some of these things. And the last danger I wanted to talk about was discrimination. You know, we had already kind of talked about this to a certain extent with
the social grading,
and with the malfunction of the Microsoft camera system for minorities. How do you think this would have an impact on society itself from a discrimination standpoint? Either facial recognition AI. We had one situation very recently in our area here where somebody was arrested and held for, I think, 48 hours based on a facial recognition that was completely wrong. So it's already happening. Is that a danger that we need to be aware of? Is there checks and balances that can be put in place? Should we not be relying on AI for this type of thing?
I mean, yeah, no, we should not be. If this is gonna happen, yeah, I mean, sure, there's mix up with, you know, people getting held when they're not supposed to, and that's an issue for another day of, you know, the justice system and things like that. But I think that when it comes to things like this, where you're affecting people's lives, you should probably have a double check system or like a backup to be like, okay, well, the robot figured it out, but let's just use our own eyes and see if this is the guy.
Well, and I see something like this being used extensively in high traffic areas, airports, right? So you want to be safe going through the airport, but you want to be expeditious in moving people through. So a lot of things that we do, we rely on technology to accomplish that. If you get a certain failure rate of that system itself, is that tolerable, or should that be 100% accurate?
That's a good question. I mean, if you're going to be the 99% effective and you get that 1%, there still needs to be a human element so that person isn't held for 3 days because they got the wrong person. Like, there needs to be, if someone gets pulled up on facial recognition, someone needs to look at it and have that person come and I'm just saying there needs to still be a human element. We can't let it totally be run by the machines if they're not going to be 100% accurate.
So you need a path of resolution
Yeah.
is human involved. And I have my own story. There was about 2-3 years ago, I got a ticket at the mail for a vehicle that I didn't even own. And it came back as a red light camera somewhere in North Jersey, which I knew I'd never even been to the town. It's like Amboy or something like that. So they send it with a picture, and you look at the picture, and there's a link to the video for it, and you look at the video, and it had, 5 characters, 6 characters on a license plate? It had all the characters on a license plate that I hadn't had of the vehicle in 20 years. And that plate was originally registered to me, but there was a glitch either on the camera or on the plate. You couldn't read one of the digits in the middle. So the AI just assumed that it was my plate, generates a ticket, and sends the ticket out to me, and I get an order to appear in court. That's AI-driven problems that you have that should have been looked at by a human being, but because of the number of tickets that they produce, you can't. The whole point of having an automated system is because you can't have a human looking at all these things. However, to your point, I was able to call them up, explain to them what it was. They were able to resolve the ticket on the phone, and I didn't have to go for the court appearance. So that system at least had that path to resolution, whereas I think as long as we have that in place, we're safe. But do you want to be that guy that they make that mistake with?
No, and that's the territory, right? If we're going to rely on these things, and it's like, it's something similar to getting on a plane or something where you're giving up a amount of control for convenience or for, convenience, honestly. If you're going to give up that element of what you can control, then there's a risk that comes with that, no matter what it is. And I think that this is an example of that.
That just sounds like a really poor way of explaining the way airplane crashes.
Hey, man, you get on the plane, you got to expect it, all right?
We expect the least expected.
I bring a parachute every time I travel.
All right. I think we've kind of exhausted where we can go wrong with AI at this point from a danger standpoint. Let's take our last break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the impact of AI on our world today and moving forward. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, and thank you to today's sponsor, the Second Sith Empire.
Really paid for all that airtime, huh?
They are an awesome guild. I recommend everyone look them up. Anyway, moving right along.
Hit it one more time.
Anyway, so let's look at what the impact of AI on the world today. So some quick figures I dug up here from simplylearn.com. So the revenue from artificial intelligence software market worldwide is expected to reach $126 billion by 2025. That's significant. Not huge, but significant. Gartner predicts 37% of organizations have implemented AI in some form.
I thought they'd be higher.
I would have too. The percentage of enterprises employing AI grew 270% over the last 4 years. And according to Servion Global Solutions, by 2025, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI.
So we got 2 years to figure that out.
That's right. And a recent 2020 report from Statista reveals the global AI software market is expected to grow approximately 54% year over year and is expected to reach a forecast size of $22.6 billion. Which doesn't really make sense because the other one was 126.
Sure does. Hey, man, data's weird. They all got different conclusions.
It's numbers, right?
Don't worry about it.
I think the conclusion here is that AI is very much embedded in our lives now. Are we better off for that, or are we worse off for that?
Oh, that's a good question. We've looked at like every aspect of AI, and I think it's good in some aspects, right? We're taking the load off of humans if we can run things with an AI just to make our lives a little bit easier. I think that's a good thing because at a certain point, when we're talking about things on a global scale, it's just not practical to expect humans to be able to run all that 24/7. But then when you get into the more dangerous aspects of social manipulation, we're about to get into the discussion of how it affects creative endeavors. I think that's when you start getting into the dangerous territory, and it's really going to be a question of where does this go in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we getting that full on AI integration in every day of our lives, or is it still like it is now, where it's more in the background? It's not necessarily as prominent.
And I agree. I think we're very, very much on the cusp of something significant here. I think we're kind of nipping around the edges right now until we get deeper into it. Some of the special projects that I did want to talk about, one that's in the news now, is ChatGPT. Their tagline is optimizing language models for dialogue. And this is a chatbot that is human-like interactions. You can ask it things, it'll answer them. One of the things, this happens to actually be something that I had directed my developers at the office to dig into a little bit. One of the functions that I see with this is helping to automate and personalize communication for our sales force. So the concept that we had come up with a few years back, and the technology wasn't there yet, was our salespeople know their customers. So the salespeople can go in and drop in notes. Tom likes the Phillies. His wife's name is this. His kids' names are this, and they're going to these colleges. They can put in this metadata about the person. And eventually, the idea was to have this technology that could take this metadata and write a monthly email to each one of your customers that's personalized, that might have specific information as far as offers that we might have, but it looks like it's coming from you. And we want to write these, hand them off to the salesperson, let the salesperson read it and okay it, and then send it out. And we're literally within months of being able to have the system start writing emails like that. Is that, in your opinion, is that a viable, good way of using AI, or are we stealing some of the human element there? Are we muddying the waters?
I mean, it depends on how much you care about these handwritten or emails, these personalized emails. If you're okay sacrificing the human element of it, then it's fine. It still has the human element, right? The salespeople still have to know their customers. They still have to know
exactly
the things that make it personal, and they still okay before it's sent off. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that.
But if I have a salesperson who doesn't compose emails very well, is it ethical for them to use this system to compose their emails for them, or is it the same as having an assistant doing it for you, or is it different because it's AI?
That's a good question. It's like cheating on homework, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, in the real world, you're not like, I don't know. It's cheating on homework in the real world isn't as big of a deal as it is in high school. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to make these sales, right? So if you're not good at writing emails, first off, I don't know how far you would have gotten as a salesperson. But second, it's like a tool. I think in this instance, it's like another tool to use. If emails aren't your thing, but when you're in one-on-one interactions, you can make the sale. Good for you. You can use this as a tool. If you are relying on this to do your job for you, that's a little bit different, right? If you're relying on it to make sales pitches for you and to reach out to customers, and you're kind of just sitting back and maybe putting in a few inputs, then you're relying on it too much, and it's becoming an issue because you're not doing the work.
So it's just a matter of pacing how much you use the tool.
Yeah, and implementation.
So the next one I wanted to talk about was Canva. So Canva is a AI-based image generating software out there, and there's a number of them out there now. And you basically give it text input and say, give me a picture done up like Van Gogh of a horse in a rainbow. And it'll go out there and it'll source thousands of different images, and it'll come back and it'll generate what's considered an original image for you, so you don't have to make it yourself. But that image itself is a compilation of all these other works. Is that something that is going too far, or are there any moral implications to that we have to worry about?
Yeah, this is actually the whole reason I wanted to do this episode was things like this. I know we covered the doom and gloom of AI taking over the world, but this is where I think it really is. It strikes a chord with me of it's essentially making like art sausage, but like if you didn't make any of the components of the sausage to begin with, you kind of just put it in the blender and called it your own. It's really devaluing art and the human element of it. And when people feel that they can get this app and make art like with no effort, it kind of defeats the purpose of it in general. There's also Lensa, which is similar to it. And I had an article linked here where there was cases where you could see artist signatures on the final product what Lensa would create because it was just stealing artwork from other people. And that's how a lot of these AI work, is that you put in what you want and it scours the internet and will take from other artists' pages, usually without permission. It just kind of steals it and then, incorporates it back into itself and spits it out for you, but you feel like you've made this and you really haven't. You didn't do any, you don't know how to do digital art or anything like that. It's like putting it on easy mode, but also the bigger thing is stealing from the people that did make something. And I really think it's an issue.
So let me ask you something, and we'll kind of go down the moral path here. If I don't have any artistic ability whatsoever, but I need to come up with a picture, and let's say I need a picture of a tree, and I don't know how to make a picture of a tree, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to look at other people's samples, and I'm going to find one that I really, really like, and then I go and I kind of try to recreate that as my image of a tree. Is that the same moral ambiguity as what a Canva is doing? Because Canva had the same problem. They wound up getting sued by Getty Images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they weren't even pulling the watermarks out.
Oh,
It was
man.
so bad. Is me using someone else's inspiration to make my own different than these AIs going out there and grabbing these? Because they don't always take a one-to-one image. They may take portions of an image, almost like sampling a track in music, and then they assemble it together from multiple different sources. What's the difference in the two of those?
Well, I think, in your example, I'm assuming you're like drawing it yourself.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's the thing. That's where I think the line is. With the AI generated art, you're just typing in what you want and it just appears, and it's compiled from other images. With the inspiration, you are taking inspiration from that thing that somebody else made and then making your own interpretation of it. Even if it's not very good, you still put in the time and the work to make it something original, even if it's inspired by something else. Like you said with sampling music, you can take a sample from another song that somebody else made, but then you incorporate that section of it and you make a whole new thing out of it. It's its own thing, even if it's borrowing from something else. And I think that's kind of where the line is drawn.
That's a good point. The other thing with Lensa is Lensa has one of the big functions Lensa adds is what they call their magic correction. So you take a picture of someone, you run it through the Lensa filter, and you have the filters with Snapchat and stuff like that that can make the googly eyes and all that crazy stuff that you can do. Is the AI that's doing that different, or do you take exception to that from a creative standpoint when it's taking your art and enhancing it because maybe you don't have the technical capabilities to do that?
I mean, that's a good question. It's similar to, photoshopping an image, right, or using a filter on Instagram, where it's not authentically the thing, but it's, I don't know. As long as you still made it from the beginning, I think it's a little bit better than just straight up stealing the art. But I still think it's messing with the authenticity of it, right? And it gets into our perception of what is made by humans and what is made by AI, and what does that mean for art if we can't tell the difference. And I think that's sort of the road we're going down at this point. When it gets into the enhancement, it's not as bad. It's still not great.
Well, and I'll counter that and say if you can't tell the difference between whether it's man-made or machine-made, isn't that really the ultimate goal of AI at that point, is to make it indistinguishable from human hands?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Because if you can't tell the difference, but it still stole a bunch of other people's art, then it is actively devaluing all the art that it just stole from, even if you can't tell the difference. Even if you don't know that it took from, 10 other artists to make this, it still happened, right? And it's still, even if it's indistinguishable, the consequences of it are still real.
So the dilemma that you're referring to here is more the sourcing of where it gets its material from, rather than the generation of that material.
Right, because it's not magic, right? Like the AI is not making it is. It's not like physically drawing it, I mean, but it's not necessarily entirely originally from the mind of the AI. It's taking from other people to make it, and that's kind of where the issue is.
So it's just creative copying.
Yeah.
So all right, let me ask you this. If you were an artist and you had a vast portfolio of your own artwork and you use that solely to power your AI, and you decided that you're going to recreate your art in the AI style, is that legitimate?
Yeah, as long as it's only taken from your stuff. Like if that's things that you made that are, I'm not going to get into the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer, but if you can guarantee that it's only pulling from your art and you are totally signing off on it, then yeah, that's fine. It gets into it when it's taking other people's art without their consent or knowledge.
So, all right, being a Star Wars fan and a Eagles fan, let me throw a couple examples of non-AI out there where both of those entities have taken what they've had, they've modified those and regurgitated it back out to the public strictly for money purposes. There wasn't anything to enhance the art. There wasn't anything to make it better or different or really anything. It was literally, I just want more money, so I'm going to re-release it. Do you have a moral issue with that, with people basically exploiting their own material for money there, trying to, I'm going to say, con people out of buying it again, because I'm one of those idiots who does it.
I was going to say, yeah. Not really, no. I mean, morally, yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, you shouldn't be scamming people, but these things have value, and there's a reason that, they're getting the money that they are. They wouldn't be re-releasing if they weren't making money. But it's not like fundamentally impacting how we view art, right? It's just someone making a quick buck because they're re-releasing their greatest hits for the 1,000th time. It's not like, it would be like if the Eagles released a record that was music that was all samples and they didn't credit anybody. Like, that is what we're talking about here. But everybody loved it and acted like it was their original music.
So are we really to the point where Canva and ChatGPT and Lensa are making us fundamentally reconsider art at this point?
I think we're getting there. And I think the Lensa specifically, at least in my sphere, really took a lot of people by storm of like, this is awesome. Look how cool I look. I'm a cowboy. I'm a robot. But then it came out of how it really works, and everyone was like, "Oh, so it's not magic. It's not a computer making it's not a computer coming up with this art itself. It's a computer interpreting other forms of art, stealing and chopping it up, and then mashing it into one new thing." And that was kind of where the issue came in. So I think it is, we're getting there. We're getting there, right? And I have like a soapbox I wrote on here, but looking at things like the Indiana Jones 5 trailer, where it's a wholly digital younger Harrison Ford, and you really can't tell the difference. Like, we're now there where in movies these CGI creations are getting close enough where you can't really tell the difference. You know, we're past the days of Rogue One where it's zombie Tarkin and all that.
That was terrible.
But we're getting to the point where the CGI creations or de-aging in movies is becoming so realistic that it's becoming legitimately hard to tell the difference. And it's, you know, between that and the AI art generation, it's like, where is there room for people at this point, for the human touch of it all? And that's what really, you know, interests me and kind of scares me.
So, for years now, before AI existed, before computer-generated graphics in movies and TV existed, people have been using makeup to make you look older or make you look younger. That never caused us to question the purpose of the place of art in the world. Why would de-aging someone digitally cause that kind of conflict in the art world now?
Well, because for makeup, like, you have to apply that, right? It's a physical thing you have to do. With this, it's less about the de-aging and more about the, like, making someone young again so you can make more movies with them. Like, Harrison Ford is like 80 years old. He can't be Indiana Jones like he was in the 80s. But if we can de-age him and, like, make him look young again, even though he's an old man in real life, we can keep making these movies and keep pumping them out. That's where I think the issue is. When you're doing old age makeup or trying to make someone look young with makeup, it's a little bit different because you still know underneath that makeup is still the person, right? Whereas with this, it's not. It's a robot.
So, okay, I will counter that with Chris Pine in Star Trek. So they didn't use makeup, they didn't use digital de-aging. They just changed the actor and they relaunched the entire franchise. So it happens. There's different methods of this happening in doing what they did, because they did the same thing with Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
Where they didn't even bring Mark Hamill in to play the role or even to do the voice, because in Boba Fett, whatever, Book of Boba, or Mando 2.5,
yeah.
or, you know, in that episode where he comes in, his voice is even digitally redone by an AI voice manipulating.
And now Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, is no longer the voice. It's all signed over to AI.
So he signed it over, and they can generate James Earl Jones' voice through AI. I'm struggling to understand where the issue is with that.
I think when it comes to, we'll use James Earl Jones as the example. When you get into like a vocal performance, when you get into the human element of it, there are things that he might do when he does a read for the fifth take that he does something different, and it's way better, right? And it was a fluke, but hey, he read it this way, and that's the line we're going to use. When you get it with AI, I don't think they're going to be able to do, like, there's that human element where you can get that random spark of creativity or performance that elevates a role more than it would just be if it was a human doing it. I think it's really that loss of the human element that I think is the dangerous part.
Well, and I think the ultimate goal of AI is to not have the human element injected into it, but have its own unique element injected into it. So I think you still have the potential for that. It didn't just have James Earl Jones record every word in the English dictionary and it just assembles them together like a really bad AI.
They should do that. That'd be pretty funny.
It basically recorded his inflections and his ability to say certain syllables. You know, it was a much more sophisticated thing than just recording words. And then the AI assembles those sounds, but it doesn't do it the same way every time.
But, like, isn't that weird? Like, James Earl Jones is still alive, right? And unfortunately, he's going to die one day. but they're still going to use that after he's dead to make Star Wars movies with Darth Vader. Isn't that weird? It's like putting him in the ghost in the machine.
You know what? They embalmed Lennon's body and they stuck it on display in the public square for decades.
Yeah, but they didn't Weekend at Bernie's him like a puppet in a movie after he was dead. Like, I don't know. It's something about like when it comes to real life people being like turned into AI generated things, whether it be the Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 or James Earl Jones and now with Darth Vader. When you're taking real people that are in real life and harnessing them using AI for creative things, it doesn't sit right with me. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? To play devil's advocate here, James Earl Jones wasn't just James Earl Jones who was the voice of Darth Vader. There was so much audio work that went into that voice that it wasn't just him talking into a microphone. So there was already more to it than just James Earl Jones. If they can get that out of a computer and James Earl Jones doesn't have to show up and he already got his paycheck.
Yeah, but like, sure, there are other elements, but his voice is still the core of it, right? So if he died in the world where we don't have AI, that'd be it.
So I will counter that argument with every other element, every other example of Star Wars that Darth Vader shows up in and it's voiced by someone beside James Earl Jones. It's not believable.
I don't know, man. We got to figure something out then. Like, at a certain point, you got to, like, the real world has to have some kind of impact. Like, we can't, like, I don't know. Was Carrie Fisher alive when they did that Rogue One thing? I think she was at the time, right? Like, that's so weird. It's so weird that these are real people that are aging, that we are just plucking, like, the best version of them and putting them in, like, CGI. And now with the voices is, like, eternalized. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Well, all right. So I'll give you a different angle on that. So you have, as an actor, especially a female actor, you have a finite lifespan that the industry will tolerate your aging to, right? So if you get to a point, let's say you're 50, okay? The number of roles that you run into when you're 50 are severely limited. If someone could extend their acting career and their opportunity to make money in the business by allowing digital manipulation of their features, don't you think that's at least a worthwhile endeavor for it?
Yeah, I guess, but like, do we just want to completely give in to like ageism and not try to fix it? Like, do we just want to submit to like the industry-wide like issue? I don't know. It just seems like we're compromising just to not have to like tackle the real problem head on.
Well, and I agree that it's a problem that needs to be tackled. But in the meantime, you're robbing people of opportunities if you take that tool away.
Yeah, but you're robbing them of opportunities by like being ageist too. So it's like
I agree, but the problem is a role may require somebody of a certain age to be convincing.
Wouldn't you be taking away opportunities from potentially another actress that is right for the part if we're going to instead use AI or robot Carrie Fisher instead of recasting someone that might be good at it?
It's possible, but if you were doing a Star Wars film that was after Rogue One and you needed Princess Leia in there. Now granted it's a little different because she's passed away. But if you needed someone that's age appropriate who was that actor, wouldn't it be easier and more convincing to age reduce that actor so they could do that role?
No.
Well, why not? Because then you'd wind up getting like somebody who looks nothing like Han Solo showing up in a Han Solo movie. Okay,
that's true. That movie had other problems. I think that was, I don't know. This is not the Solo podcast, but I don't know. For me personally, I think it should be a recasting. I don't think it should be using AI. People cling, especially when it comes to Star Wars and properties like it, people cling to that past so hard. The past, what did Kylo Ren say? Kill it if you have to. Like, I think, I don't know, we're getting like, it's like the metatextual level of this, but I think like we can't just like keep digging up these people and putting them into computers and like Indiana Jones.
But you can. That's the point.
That's the beauty of it. We can. We never have to move on.
Nobody has to die now.
No one's ever really gone. I don't know, man. I guess we'll see when Indiana Jones 5 comes out and they just make a whole movie with CGI Harrison Ford and call it a day.
Okay. So
hey, man, support your local artist, all right, before the robots come for us all.
So that's really what you're getting at here. The risk that you're seeing here is that it could severely negatively impact actual artists with what.
Yeah, it's like the old auto factories, right? Once they figured out how to automate all that stuff, all those people got fired. If we can automate writing a script for a movie, the people that are in the movie, their voices, the effects, if we can automate all that stuff, we don't even need people anymore. And at a certain point,
so that's a twisted idea of what history is. When they automated factories, people, instead of doing menial, repetitive tasks, were trained to do better tasks. What killed auto factories were unions that kept trying to get more and more money for people. Okay, so let's just put history aside for a second there and not distort it that much.
it would still be the same outcome, though. With if we found a way to automate all this stuff, where people couldn't tell the difference, we wouldn't need people to do it anymore. And
No,
I think,
but instead of being a makeup artist, you become a digital effects artist.
what if they don't want to do that? What if they like makeup? They shouldn't be forced to change because of.
So then you work in stage, okay?
They go work at Walmart.
They're not digitally enhancing anybody on the stage in a play, okay?
Not yet. We have holograms.
You're killing me.
I'm just saying it's something to think about. It's really important that we keep the human element in these things, because that's where we get sparks of creativity that you couldn't get from a robot. There's things that they don't understand. There's ways to perform, ways to say things, ways to create that AI will never know.
Until we get to the self-aware AI, and then you got to worry about other things.
Yeah, then they're coming here and they're going to get me first. They're going to turn me into AI sausage.
You picked over most of your soapbox here. Was there anything else that you wanted to sum up there?
No, that's pretty much it. Watch out. Just be weary. Anything AI, I think you should be weary. Make sure you're making sure where this stuff is coming from. Don't just look at it like it's like science magic. It's not. All these things have to come from somewhere, real tangible things.
I agree. And to be honest with you, the point of support your local artist, I absolutely agree with. That's why one of the things that I really enjoy when we go to these comic book shows and these pop culture shows is interacting with some of these artists, looking at what they're doing, watching what they're doing live, communicating with them, talking to them, what inspires them. I find that to be one of the most rewarding things of going to these shows and actually seeing the brilliance that's out there in a lot of the young artists today.
Absolutely. I don't really have any artistic talent, so I have a lot of admiration for people.
You have a lot of pent-up frustration.
Yeah,
on that.
why couldn't it be me? I want to use a robot. No, but people that can just pick up a pen and just make something brilliant. It's incredible, and I just think that we need to make sure that sticks around. Also, when you're going to these shows, make sure that whoever you're buying from isn't using Lensa to just make this art and sell it to you, because that is for sure going to happen, because people will try to swindle you. So just think about it.
All right. I think that was all we had today, unless you were...
No, that was it.
You still worked up? You get all off your chest?
Hey, man, I think we fixed it.
Okay.
As with every show, we've solved all the problems.
Well, you know what? We didn't end with doom and gloom.
That's true.
though.
We led with it, and then we worked our way back.
There you go. A little reverse psychology there. All right, so that was it for the show today. Before we do go, I do want to once again ask that you subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate if you threw that our way. You can find us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the book.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts. by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insight into Tomorrow. This is episode 17, Women's Rights Are Human Rights. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host this week from our Insights into Entertainment podcast, Michelle Whalen. How are you doing today, Michelle?
Full of many, many emotions.
I can imagine. We had actually planned on doing this podcast for a little while now. We've been working on putting it together and stuff.
Right.
Understanding that there was going to be an impending decision. And today was the scheduled day that we were going to do this.
Right. Not knowing
that yesterday was going to be the day that the other shoe dropped.
Right.
So we're going to continue to go through the material that we did plan, and we reserved the last segment to have an open discussion on the groundbreaking, rules-shattering, country-damaging decision, I think, that came yesterday. So there's been a disturbing trend in recent years in the United States. There's been an assault on women's, an assault has been waged on basic human rights. Victims of this assault have been chosen by color of their skin and their gender and various other things. All are victims that have been targeted for generations and have fought for their equal human rights. In this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look at the assault specifically on women's rights. We'll take a look at the history of women's rights through the years. We'll examine the current state of women's rights, and we'll explore the threats against those rights. Before we leave, we'll take a special look at the current issue of abortion and the not-so-impending Supreme Court decision that threatens to overturn, which it did overturn, Roe v. Wade. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and you can pick those up anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We're pretty much everywhere. I would also invite you to write in, give us your comments, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, where you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's get into it.
So, all women are entitled to human rights. These include the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, to be educated, and to own property, to vote, and to earn an equal wage. Across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. Gender inequality underpins many problems which disappropriately affect women and girls, such as domestic and sexual violence, lower pay, lack of access to education, and inadequate healthcare. For many years, women's rights movements have fought hard to address these inequalities, campaigning to change laws or taking to the streets to demand their rights are respected. and new movements have flourished in the digital age, such as the Me Too campaign, which highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence and sexual harassment.
So there has been a fairly long history of women's fight for their rights, in the United States at least, because when the country was formed, there was no explicit provisions in the Constitution for women's rights to anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution protected, quote, consent of the government, consent of the governed, which at the time meant white landholding men
Mm-hmm.
only.
Right.
The Bill of Rights did not protect everyone either. Women were considered second-class citizens. They were essentially property of their husbands.
So women started to organize as early as the Seneca Falls Convention in July of 1848. It planted the seeds for the women's suffrage movement. It pushed for equal rights for all people of all races and sexes. The end result was the signing of the Declaration of Sentiments by 100 men and women, a document based on the Declaration of Independence.
So we move into the women's suffrage movement. This is really probably the foundation for the first fight for women's rights. Wyoming passed the first law granting women the right to vote in 1869 and was the first state to grant women the right to vote in all elections in 1890. But it took until 1920 for the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to allow women the right to vote across the country.
So now let's talk a little bit about abortion and contraception. So there were widespread anti-contraception laws on the books as late as 1819 before they were challenged, starting with Margaret Sanger in New York. Abortion laws criminalized the act of ending a pregnancy apart from saving a woman's life were in place and well into the 60s before any challenges were raised. These obviously culminated into the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court ruling that being drawn into question, unfortunately, as of yesterday.
Yeah. So then we move on to women's equal employment and equal pay. The first minimum wage laws applied to women didn't come into effect until 1912. This was later superseded by the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, imposing a federal minimum age regardless of gender. It wasn't until 1963 with the Equal Pay Act that any attention was given to equitable wages, well, wages too probably, but wages for the same work performed by men. It took until 1974 for Congress to include gender protection in fair housing and education as part of the Civil Rights Act. Now, it's worth noting that even though these laws were on the books, they're on the books today. They're not observed. There's still discrimination today, despite the fact that we have these laws on the books.
Right, exactly. And finally, leadership in government. So the first woman to serve in Congress was Jeanette Pickering Rankin, who didn't take her seat until 1917. But it would take nearly 100 years for a woman to take on the leadership role of Speaker of the House when Nancy Pelosi assumed that role for the first time in 2007. And we didn't see our first Supreme Court justice until 1981 with Sandra Day O'Connor. And Madeleine Albright was our first Secretary of State in 1997. And obviously, our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris, in 2020.
So, the disturbing trend that I see in this history here is there's spurts of progress. There's long periods where there's no progress. Then you get a few exceptional people that just get mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore, and they do something about it.
Yep.
And the establishment throws a couple of crumbs out there and gives a little bit of rights to people. And then there's a long period of time until it happens again. how do you think this compares to other fights? Civil rights, for instance. How do you think this compares to civil rights for African Americans and minorities?
It's almost the same, really, when you think about it. Unless you are a rich white male, you're fighting every day, and maybe once in a while something comes along that you get something, and then unfortunately something else in the news is going to pop up where everybody's mindset is on something else, and that fight still hasn't been won.
Yeah.
And until something happens with that fight again, everybody kind of forgets about it, because again, our attention span, is, we have short attention span theater, of our minds. Look at, not to get on a totally different tangent, but all of the school shootings, it's been how many weeks and none of that is in the news. There, you have the gun reforms that are they're trying to pass, but again, now that you have everything going on with Roe v. Wade, that's the main focus. But yet there's other things that still need to be focused. Black Lives Matter still needs to be a focus, because you had everything that went on with George Floyd and all the other African Americans who, with the police issues and things like that, and none of that was solved, but because something else came along, oh, well, now our attention, but no, you have to go back and do all the other things.
It's funny you mention that. What do you think is the cause of that? Is that a media issue? Is that a society issue? Is it a politics issue where politicians don't want to deal with the issue, so they distract with something else? Or is it media just trying to get ratings that's dictating what our issues are today?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of. I think everybody's a little bit to blame with all of that, because obviously media is one aspect, and when you kind of think back of, okay, well, why did it take so long? So Wyoming, it was the 1800s when, Wyoming, but it wasn't until the 1900s that it was actually, and you have to think back then, how long did it take for news to travel? How long, same thing with Juneteenth. It was signed into law that blacks were no longer slaves, but how many years did it take for the news to actually travel? Right. There was no quick way to do it, where now we have that instant gratification. We can, as soon as news broke yesterday of the Supreme Court's decision, everybody in the world knew about it. So I think a lot of it is because we're so hungry for information right now, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What do I need to do? And also, we're all so tired. We're all so tired of having to stand up for everybody. And there's just so much injustice. It's like, well, where do I put my energy?
Where's my next fight? Yeah.
And it's like, I have no more spoons to give. My jar is empty because I've given, so much, because there's so much that's needed, from all of us. I think that's, where it comes to, because there's obviously thousands and thousands of organizations and different things that are in need, but it's, how much can the average person give before you have nothing left to give?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a problem. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about where we are right now with these specific women's rights. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. with hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So let's talk about the current state of women's rights. And we'll talk first about women's suffrage. At the moment, it's safe to say that fight has been won, I guess, kind of, sort of, in the general statement, yes.
If nothing else, we can say that women are equally discriminated against with everyone else when it comes to your right to vote these days.
Yes.
Okay, there's no special discrimination.
Right.
Against women on this one.
Okay, we can go with that. Abortion and contraception. Well, this had been one, but it looks like it might be a split decision with the much anticipated ruling from the majority right-wing Supreme Court that was held yesterday. And we'll have more on this later on in the show.
So we take a look at employment and pay. So legally on paper, this was a win back in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. Do you feel like this was a win?
No.
And I think most women would be of the same opinion. In practice, there's a long fight ahead of this one. Progress continues to be made, but not nearly enough to level the playing field between men and women, equal pay, equal work. It's a mess. And the fact that people are still getting away with it is frankly disturbing, that you can get away with it.
Yep.
Leadership in government. There was a surprising amount of progress early on this, but it's been painfully slow in coming into the modern time. Since, the 80s, 2000, we've seen some progress here. Many parts of the country are progressive enough to make the progress that's needed. There are other parts, and less progressive, less evolved parts of the country, where politics is still an old boys network. But from a national standpoint, we're seeing, we have a female vice president now, which is huge. How do you think, let's talk women's suffrage, your ability to vote. Do you feel you have the ability to go out there and vote when you want, for who you want, how you want?
Absolutely. And that's something I've never felt I wasn't able to do. I've never felt that I wasn't allowed. Even in high school, senior year was when I turned 18, and I had a history teacher who was very passionate about the women's movement and made sure she had her little pamphlets in her desk drawer, and who's turning 18 this month, fill out your form so you can vote. And she said, it doesn't matter if it's a presidential election, if it's a governor election, even your little local election, you will vote every time because there are women that died doing this. It is your heritage. It is your responsibility to pass this on and make sure you vote.
How do you think how can I say this without getting hate mail? How do you think the outcome of the 2020 election
or the 2016 election, we can even go.
You could, but specifically the 2020 election, in which there was an artificial stigma built up about the legitimacy of the election and voting and voter fraud. And it drew the entire country into that. And now we're seeing certain states that support a certain party are now imposing laws that, if not discriminating against people from voting,
will make it harder,
making it much more difficult.
Absolutely. And that's...
Do you feel threatened by that?
Fortunately, I don't, because at this point we are in a very blue state, and I've never felt threatened going to our polling places. We don't have far to travel. We usually never have more than 5 minutes to wait, if we even have a wait whenever we've gone. And I know that's not the case for states right next to ours, where people will wait in line hours to cast their vote, or have to travel, an hour to get to their polling place. And I would probably feel intimidated if I had to go through all those measures, and almost jump through hoops to fulfill my civic duty.
Right.
And nobody should have to feel that way to do that.
Absolutely. Abortion and contraception. So for now, we're going to put abortion aside because we already have a discussion on the last segment. Contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you can acquire the contraception that you want, and that the health care that you need as far as women's health is readily available to you? Do you think that's a threat? Do you think progress needs to be made on that front?
So, again, being a white female, a middle-class white female in a blue state, I don't feel discriminated at all against any healthcare. I know that's not the case for others of my gender in other parts of our country. That now that is something that there are rumors about being taken away. Now you see all over social media people saying, if you're on some sort of IUD, if you're on any sort of implant, get it replaced now. Anything that, has a couple of years, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. The fact that some male can make a decision what I do with my body absolutely blows my mind. And that, whether or not I'm a married woman or a single woman should have nothing to do with it either. And that if I want to have a child, it should be by choice.
Right.
I should not be forced. I am still of age where I could have a child. I am not at a point where I would want to begin that process all over again. And I need to have that body autonomy. That's my right to decide that, and nobody else should decide it. I don't make a decision for anybody if they want to be on Viagra or not, or if they want to get, reconstructive surgery or some. I don't make that decision for anybody else. So nobody should be making a decision
Sure.
for what I do to myself.
And I agree 110%. As long as you don't expect the government to pay for it, then
Right.
it's your say what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Employment and pay. Where do we stand with this? Do you think there's sufficient progress? Do you think you're compensated fairly for what you do? And do you think that there is a threat to that looming?
I don't know. It's one of those things because, of course, at most places of employment, one of the rules is you don't talk about how much you make. So, you don't find out how much somebody else is making. So that's a really hard, I know, or I shouldn't say I assume within the company that I work in, there are people that work in the North Jersey facility that make much more money than the people in the South Jersey facility.
And that's unusual because of geographics.
Right, absolutely. But again, it shouldn't matter where I'm physically located because I'm doing just as much work as
well, there's certain
somebody
factors like cost of living and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That you have to factor in
totally. I totally.
But compensation-wise, on a 1-to-1 ratio, are you being fairly compensated?
I really don't know because it's one of the things that probably bad on me is I kind of stopped paying attention because there's always these websites you can go to and say, how much does a person that does this job make? And the thing is, what I do for a living is kind of specific to my job, so it's kind of hard to say if I went someplace else where I could kind of try and figure it out. And I think I know I'm probably underpaid. Just one, because I'm,
is it because you're a woman or because you're a one-of-a-kind person doing what you do?
I don't know. It might be a combination of both. We recently at my company had somebody who left the company who was a woman. I never asked her or found out how much she made. I knew she probably made more than I did, even though I've been with the company much longer than she had been. And we recently hired somebody who I knew was a grade level or a position higher than her. And I have a feeling probably started out making more than she did.
Okay.
So that's another,
So clearly we're not where we need to be.
No.
Leadership in government. So my question to you here is, clearly we're seeing progress certainly on the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of states are making progress with women in leadership positions. You personally, do you think the door is open for you if you wanted to get into, say, local politics? Do you think you'd have any obstacles with that? Do you think you'd be discriminated against because of your gender?
I don't know. I think in a lot of cases it's still a boys' club when you come to, your local. But I'm sure there are some areas of the country where it's not like that. I've never been interested in wanting to run for a government position, so it was never something that I thought about, but I could see where I wouldn't, again, where we live, where we are. I'm sure if it was something where I started volunteering or doing things, I could, eventually see something.
What's interesting is of the 4 fundamental rights that we talked about, 3 of these you attributed to some level of political influence on how it impacts you.
Mm-hmm.
That's disturbing. That women's rights are a matter of politics.
And they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't. And I think that is a highlight of where we are today. And it astounds me, and we're not going to pull any punches here. You're obviously a Democratic supporter.
I am? How did you know?
What astounds me is your experience, I would say, is pretty typical for most women. Democratic women or Republican women. But there are so many staunch Republican women that support a party that has for over a century had policies that were contrary to women's interests.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about people like that who would support someone who wants to hold you down? Like, is it I almost attribute it to like a beaten wife syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
Where they just accept their place as a lesser citizen in society.
And you have to kind of think that, you know, there are still women that are you know, young girls, women that are raised today to your only job in life is to raise the family and support your husband. And that's it. And I'm not knocking anyone that's what they want to do in their life. If that's
what you aspire to do, knock your socks off.
Right.
But don't hold other people back.
Exactly.
In the
but don't tell me that I can't do more.
Absolutely.
Or tell my daughter that she can't be more.
Yeah, that's my hang up about this whole thing. As much as I hate seeing how you are treated, it irks me to think that she's going to face some of these same prejudices, and it really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that she's got every opportunity.
And I'm so proud of what she stands for and what she believes in. And yes, a lot of it has to do with us, but there's a lot that, you know, is her own, you know, and I'm so glad that we raised her and are still raising her to be so open-minded to things. And she, in so many cases, is more open-minded than we will ever be. And that gives me hope that, you know, she's also surrounded, you know, she surrounds herself with people that feel that way too, and that generation will hopefully make a difference and bring about so much that more than we could ever hope for.
I'm also very fortunate that she's patient enough to help
educate,
carry me along in that journey.
Yes.
I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from her that I never thought I would learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at what some of the obstacles and threats are to these rights. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, threats and obstacles to women's rights in America. And, you know, we'll attack these rights as we've been doing in order. So the first one we're going to talk about is women's suffrage. So in the wake of the toxic 2020 elections, there's been a wholesale attack on voting rights. These attacks aren't targeted specifically at women and are designed to make it harder for people in general to vote. Not too much in general, but there's specific segments of the population that are targeted at. So some of the obstacles. 17 states have enacted 28 new laws that restrict access to voting by targeting citizens with disabilities. You know, the fact that they're not including accessibility common accessibility options to get into voting places that make it difficult for people with disabilities to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're attacking absentee voting. After the 2020 election, when excuse me, when absentee voting was done because we were in the middle of a pandemic.
Right.
A pandemic that the sitting president ignored for the first 4 months and downplayed it and pretended it didn't exist and created the crisis in the first place.
Right.
They're attacking provisional ballots. They're requiring voter ID, which there's nothing. Take a drink here. I'm joking to death. This is how much I hate these rules. There's nothing in the Constitution that says voter ID is required to cast your vote. Nowhere. So I don't know where they're coming up with that one. They're targeting voter registration. They're making it harder to register. Mm-hmm. They're requiring different requirements to now register. They're instituting registration purging. So normally with registration purging, if you don't vote in so many elections, they purge you from the voter registration roll. Well, that number of elections is usually like 4, 5, something like that, presidential elections. Now they're saying if you don't vote in the last one, you're not registered anymore.
Oh, see,
You need to register again to vote. They're restricting student voting, making it difficult for students, because before they would make it accessible to students to vote during student hours and stuff like that at colleges. They're restricting that. And they're limiting polling places to make it harder to vote. So people who are, again, disabled, infirmed, aged, people that don't drive, they're making them travel hours to get to a voting place to cast a vote, knowing that they won't vote because they're the people that they don't want voting because they're going to vote for the opposition.
Right.
So that's some of what we're looking at here. Not specifically against women, but affecting everybody.
Right. And you figure it's the lower income, more likely the people of color.
Yep.
That's the areas that they're really targeting.
Absolutely. So what's your next one?
Abortion. Somehow, after nearly 50 years, this is still a matter of debate. Instead of being an ideological discussion, anything to do with abortions has turned into a political discussion, which generally means that all logic is out the window with it. There is a real threat to women's reproductive rights with the recent leaked draft of the opinion by the Supreme Court that now wasn't just a leak, because now it has come to fruition that they have now overturned Roe v. Wade.
More on that later.
Later on.
Deep cleansing breaths.
Deep cleansing breaths. Okay. Let's go back to employment and pay. So on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And in comparing salaries over 350 jobs, women actually earn less in nearly all jobs. Women earn less than their same race and ethnicity, their counterparts at entry-level positions, of education attained as well. So the pandemic is estimated to have set the women's labor force back more than 30 years.
So there's that progress that we're losing.
That astonishes me that during the pandemic that even, happened. Finally, leadership in government. Again, we now finally have a woman vice president. How many years did that take? And then you even look back, how far was when the first vice president, female vice president, was in the 80s, late 80s. And then
Geraldine Ferraro.
Geraldine Ferraro.
Nomination.
Never elected. And then you even had Sarah Palin, the second, never elected.
Right.
So it took 3 women, but how many years, obviously, to get to that position? Another interesting thing, for the first time in our history as a government, there will be 2 female signatures posted on currency in our country, because we will have the treasurer has Secretary of the Treasurer, and what's the other signature that's on the bill? I can't think of what it is, but that was something that came out in the news because of a newly appointed position. Top 2 women in money.
Right. See, and I'll tell you,
so
while that's nice that we've gotten to that point, what annoys me is every time the press takes this is the first time a woman did this, and this is the first time a woman...
Right.
It annoys me that we're saying that.
Right. It's annoying that we have to say anything like that. And when you look at... Obviously, there are other countries in the world that will never have women in government. But then there are other countries that have had women in leadership and had women in politics so much longer, and they kind of look at us and go, how backwards are you?
And these women were incredibly strong, competent women who overshadowed their previous male counterparts by a long shot,
right,
in most cases.
So it just baffles me, with as progressive as we say we are as a country, we're so backwards than so much more.
Well, and the thing that annoys me when we say it's the first woman to do this, that fact doesn't annoy me. What annoys me is that attention that we draw to it being the first woman to do that is the same attention that the detractors use.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, you have a first woman in the Treasury, and look at what the economy's like, as if it's their fault,
right?
And they use that fact that they're a woman as justification for how things are and the state of, and it annoys me that they do that.
Right, and the other thing too is how many women had to do so many other things to get that person, to lift that woman up.
Absolutely.
To do that. That's the thing.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And women like Kamala Harris was extremely complimentary and appreciative of all the women that came before her that gave her the opportunity that she has today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot of obstacles out there that we need to
we've come far, but we haven't come far enough.
Right. And it's almost like the old boys network, their attitude's almost like, all right, well, we threw you a bone, now shut up and go away for a while, okay? You're fine. Like, they're terrified of having an equal playing field, and they think trickling little bits out here and there will keep the masses occupied and quiet them down when they get a little riled up, which is unfortunate. That's why you know, the one thing that I think might come out of this Supreme Court ruling is that a lot of rich white guys might not have a career in politics moving forward anymore. Let's
hope and pray.
We'll talk about
prayers
that.
And thoughts.
We're going to take our last break, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, women's rights are human rights.
Damn
And-
Skippy.
And as of yesterday, I think we've seen a significant encroachment upon women's rights.
You think?
So, this is our open discussion on Roe versus Wade and abortion in general. You have the floor, dear.
I don't even know where to
Rip into
begin.
it. How about we start with just the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court's decision? Because the day before, they had a very contradictory decision.
Absolutely. They said that you could carry a gun, that it's okay to carry around a gun now. You don't need to conceal it anymore.
Right. So New York had some very common sense gun safety laws
For over 100 years.
designed to save lives,
Right,
which the Supreme Court decided that was a constitutional violation.
right.
Where if you read the Constitution and the Second Amendment,
Mm-hmm.
nowhere in there does it say anything about carrying concealed weapons by citizens.
Right,
It speaks entirely about pertaining to a well-regulated militia,
Right,
which for some reason everyone seems to want to ignore that. So
right.
the
Because it's
Sup-
all up for interpretation. That's what it is.
so the Supreme Court decides that we're going to do away with common sense gun law because it's against people's constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't get an abortion.
Nope.
So we're preserving life on one side with overturning Roe versus Wade, but we
Mhm.
really don't give a damn about it because
Right.
you can carry guns and shoot anybody you want.
Right. So one of the memes, our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but is too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive.
Yeah, that's
If that is not
profound.
with between the past 2 days of the Supreme Court, that how
Yeah, it highlights the ludicrous level of hypocrisy
Mhm.
coming out of today's Supreme Court.
right. The fact that church and state is supposed to be separate, but yet the church has more say over my body, and I'm not a member of a church.
Right.
My religion, I am Jewish, if you didn't know. My religion states abortion is okay. Because my life is more important than what is in my body, what is in my womb.
Yeah.
And until what is growing in my womb can live and take 3 breaths on its own, it doesn't have a choice over me.
Well, you could also interpret the two rulings from the Supreme Court of you can have an abortion as long as you don't mind getting shot in the process.
Right. Right. And unfortunately, there has been violence that has happened at clinics that aren't even performing abortions, because that's the other thing, is that everybody goes after Planned Parenthood. Oh, they're doing all these abortions and da-da-da-da. That's not even their main purpose. That they are giving health care to women, and somebody going there just for a routine checkup is risking their life from these crazy psychopaths who are trying to save the unborn child, but yet are taking their gun to go kill people.
Well, and to play devil's advocate for a minute there, you have people who are pro-abortion who are also attacking anti-abortion clinics as well. So you've got violence on both sides. You've got crimes being committed on both sides. But if nothing else, that should simply highlight the level of passion involved here that the decision that the Supreme Court made to overturn a previous Supreme Court
Right.
decision, which honestly, that's where I have my biggest problem.
Right.
Is the Supreme Court has basically made itself useless.
Right.
They decided that no matter what we decide, it doesn't matter because the guys 5 years from now can overturn it.
Right. And that's where now, okay, so everybody's, kind of, you have the people that are like, oh, well, it's still at the state level and da-da-da-da-da, and now you can still travel to get to states even though they were passing laws saying that you couldn't, and that there were certain laws where, if the doctor performed one, they were gonna be jailed, and the woman who received it was gonna be jailed, and all this other. But this isn't where it's gonna stop.
Right.
That's the thing that most people aren't looking at, is now that you've taken this away, now all these other rights of gay and lesbian couples. You're seeing that there are people out there that are, get a hold of a lawyer, make sure everything is written and that you have legal documentation. If you have children, make sure there is legal documentation. Make sure you have copies of your birth certificates and everything, that both parents are listed. If you got married in a state that is in danger of overturning your marriage decision, I have various clergy friends that are now offering free to remarry you in a state that is protecting you. And the contraception, that's another thing that now, oh, thank God for Clarence Thomas, for everything. But you know what law he's not going to overturn is Loving, because that affects him, because he's married to a lovely white woman but all the recent things he's picking in, oh, well, I can't do that one, but I can do this one.
And this is the problem that I have, is that our current Supreme Court has turned into an activist court.
Mm-hmm.
And their job is to rule on the constitutionality
Mm-hmm.
of laws and situations.
Right.
It's not to make new laws. It's not to overturn laws. The Supreme Court should never be able to overturn a Supreme Court decision.
Right.
Because the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court.
Right.
It's the law of the land.
Right.
If they can overturn their own decisions,
Mm-hmm.
where do you go from there?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, is now what else is on the books that you can overturn?
Right. The only way a Supreme Court decision should be overturned is with a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that should overturn.
Right.
So a couple of things that come out of this. One, you're going to see an assault on other freedoms that the
Mm-hmm.
right-wing nut jobs in the Supreme Court don't agree with. That's
Yep.
the number one concern. Number two, you're going to push decisions like this down to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have 50 different laws in 50 different states governing all these different things.
We're basically becoming 50 different countries at
Yep.
this point.
Yep. The other problem that I have is now, because you're going to see the Supreme Court overturning Supreme Court precedent, the only way to defend against that is a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of our politics today and who's, how that razor sharp edge that we're on right now
Mm-hmm.
between Republican and Democrat, to think that these idiots would contemplate doing amendments to the Constitution terrifies me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we thought we were ripping the Constitution apart with the 2020 election. These people are just itching to rewrite it in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what scares me more than anything else. Yes, the whole abortion thing is probably never should have gotten to the Supreme Court, because really it's not, and at least it shouldn't have gotten there in the form that it did, because abortion is not a constitutionally protected right. Your health is, your personal well-being is, and that's how it should have been presented
Mm-hmm.
to the Supreme Court, and then you couldn't overturn it at that point.
Right, right.
But things that go to the Supreme Court now don't matter.
Right.
Because after a couple of years and you get a couple of justices retire, whoever happens to be president at the time, they're going to switch it their way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real threat that Joe Biden might pack the Supreme Court now because of the situation that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So then, okay, so 5 years down the line, when we have a new president out there, what's going to happen there? Are we
Right.
going to wind up with 50 Supreme Court justices because every time a new president comes in, they want to make sure that the court's tilted in their favor?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's this decision breaks the country.
Mm-hmm. In so many ways.
Yeah. Do you feel threatened by this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And fortunately, again, I'm an older woman. Ugh, as much as that hurts me. Who I know if, again, something were to happen, I have the means, I have the ability to get the help that I would need. No matter what, because again, we live in a state where it is still legal and will probably always remain legal. I worry about women, girls, trans men, even, who live in areas where they don't have it accessible and can't get the help that they need.
Yeah.
That's what makes me angry. And you know, I want to go fight.
What do you think needs to happen to set this right? What does the government, the president, the Supreme Court, citizens, what do we have to do to fix this and have it stay fixed? Because we thought it was fixed.
Right. And that's the thing, is there are certain states where it is fixed. No matter what the law of the land is, it's, you know, it was voted in. And that's, I think, what is so frustrating, is that why does it even need to be that way? Why do people have to vote on it? You know, if I want to go and buy a pack of cigarettes, I can go and buy a pack of cigarettes. What does it matter if I want to, you know, do that? And I've never been a smoker, and you know, I would never want to smoke, but yet you can go and that's what's just so.
Your point there being it's your body, you can do what you want to do.
Right. You know, and granted, I got into a discussion, a little bit of a debate with a friend of mine that from high school, where, you know, again, my body, my choice, and she's anti-vax and, you know, but very liberal in certain respects and conservative, and, you know, she's kind of like all over the board, like she would never get a vaccine because she just doesn't trust the government. You know, and when I, you know, and I said, but, you know, I don't have to do certain things, or I can do certain things. And, you know, she said, well, you wore a mask when you were told to. And I was like, I wore a mask because I was protecting myself. And guess what? I still wear a mask now, even though the majority of the people don't. And yes, I am fully vaccinated and boosted and whatever, but I'm still wearing a mask because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
But if, you know, I think back to when I was in college, and if I had gotten pregnant in college, I wasn't ready to be a mother then, you know, so, and then there are women that, you know, have other medical issues. You know, my best friend had to have a late-term abortion because if she had carried her baby to term, she could have died.
Right.
So, it shouldn't be something that's a law that you're forced to do or not to do. It's your body, it's your choice.
And the hypocrisy, again, that we always seem to go back to the hypocrisy of this. So the Supreme Court ruled in a case where members of the armed forces sued the Army or whatever branch of the government, branch of the military they were in, when they were told that they had to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And the Supreme Court ruled they didn't have to. They had a right to choose.
Right.
If you have a right to choose whether or not you take a vaccine, how do you not have a right to choose whether or not you carry a child to term?
Right.
Isn't carrying that child to full term far more impactful than getting a vaccine?
Right.
Where you would think you would have that option?
And the hypocrisy of it, too, is if men had the ability to carry, now granted, trans men can, I don't want to exclude them, but if these white cis men were at risk of their body harming them, because think about it, when and you've mentioned it numerous times, especially watching me go through childbirth and what happened I ended up having to have an emergency C-section because our daughter was in distress, and you got to see firsthand what my body went through. You've said time and time again, there's no way in hell you would have been able to do that.
Right.
And I bet you if you polled, the majority of men, would you be willing to go through childbirth? Would you be willing to do all these things? No. No, they wouldn't. But yet, you'll put your partner or your wife or your mistress, you'll engage in an act and not have any thought process behind that.
Yeah. The other interesting hypocrisy here is they're forcing women to carry children to full term. Are they forcing the sperm donor to be a father, to be there, to have any level of responsibility?
And that's the thing, is that at the moment of conception, that's when you should be paying child support.
Right. Absolutely.
And you don't get to walk away now.
Yep.
That is now, there were a couple of memes like, Happy Father's Day, you're now going to be a dad because of that one night stand, because you decided, you didn't want to put a condom on.
Right. We're up against the clock here, but I did want to raise one more point. We had talked about it off the air, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning because I think it's a great example. Tell us about the adoption one.
Yeah, let me bring that one up. So this was an interesting,
because I thought this was very poignant.
Yes, this was recently posted and is something for the Supreme Court to consider. Can a 13-year-old girl adopt a baby if she wants to? No, obviously not. Are you nuts? What about a 15-year-old girl? Can she adopt a baby if she feels like it? Nope, absolutely not. All right, how about an 18-year-old girl? Surely she could adopt a baby, right? No, still can't. Well, what if she was 20, no longer a teenager? A 20-year-old can definitely adopt a baby if she feels like it, right? Actually, no. Well, weird. Why not? There are over 400,000 children in foster care, so why can't she adopt at least one of them? She just can't. And you know why? Because you have to qualify to adopt a child. There are rigorous background checks, home visits, proof of financial and mental stability, etc. It's a whole thing, right? But if she is 14 and gets impregnated by an abusive ex-boyfriend who shoved her out of his moving car and left her for dead, she must now carry to term, give birth, just figure it out somehow? Yes, that is correct. But she's only 14. She will figure it out. But she should also have been more careful and made better choices. So, to punish her for her poor choices, we force her into motherhood, which we've established she's totally unqualified for. And now we are suddenly comfortable with a young, traumatized girl caring for a vulnerable, little screaming human being that is wholly reliant on her for survival? Yes, absolutely. Such an unexpected blessing.
And I think that right there sums up the problem. We have standards for what it means to be a qualified parent.
Yep.
We enforce them in one instance in adoption. We ignore them completely in every other instance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to be said on the matter at this point?
Vote.
Yep.
Stay angry. Let your voice be heard.
That is the only silver lining I see here, is that they're forcing this onto the states, which means your elected leaders will now not be able to hide behind a Supreme Court decision. Mm-hmm. They're going to have to go on record on the voting roll call on whether or not they support this. And unlike the Supreme Court justices, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump appointed, who all said on the record that they would not overturn Roe versus Wade, and they did.
Right.
You can hold these politicians accountable by voting them out of office.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I've seen people posting, I currently live in a red state. I need to move. I had another friend whose children are getting ready to go to college and have now changed which schools they're considering now.
If only we could impeach Supreme Court justices for perjuring themselves during their confirmation hearings.
And that's something, that's making the rounds. So
that's all we had today. Did you have anything else before we go?
Resist.
There you go. Before we do go, I did want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find high resolutions of all of our video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, Microsoft's gaming monopoly. I'm your host today, Sam Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. How you doing today?
Fantastic. We've taken a long hiatus from the show. The holiday break became the almost Q1 of 2022 breaks, but we're back. We're back, and we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. We're going to break it all down for you on today's episode. But really quick, just a quick summary at the top of the show. So on January the 18th, we're a little bit late on this, but yesterday's news are tomorrow's insights. January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft, you guys may know them from Xbox and from computers, announced that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 per share. Now, this is arguably the biggest piece of news in the history of the games industry, and on today's show, we're going to take a look at what this means, why the acquisition is so important, and honestly, why you should care, because you might, look at this news and say, well, how does this affect me? It might not, but we'll get into it regardless. In addition, we'll hit some key elements, some key elements that should be remembered in this conversation going forward. But before we get into all that, I want to remind you some show plugs. You can subscribe to this podcast and all the podcasts offered from Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. I know Spotify just introduced a 5-star rating system. So if you go in there and rate the podcast, it does help our numbers quite a bit. In terms of contact information, we can be emailed at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, you can just search Insights Into Things Podcast. Instagram, at Insights Into Things. And finally, all these links, as well as more information, are on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. But that's all the housekeeping for today. Let's get right into the program. All right, so starting off with what exactly happened here. Now we have the press release from Microsoft that I've pulled a couple excerpts from just because nobody wants to hear boring corporate speak. But I've kind of boiled it down here. So, quote, Microsoft will acquire Activision Blizzard for $95 per share, which we hit at the top of the show, a $68.7 billion purchase, inclusive of Activision's Blizzard's net cash. Now, when this transaction closes, Microsoft will become the world's third largest gaming company by revenue, and they are behind Tencent at number one. Tencent, if you don't know, is a mobile game company. They're out of China. They make a ton of money through mobile games. And, of course, Sony at number two, Sony being the main competitor of Microsoft. Now, the planned acquisition includes iconic franchises from the Activision, Blizzard, and King studios, King being the makers of Candy Crush, but games like Warcraft, whether that be World of Warcraft or... Is there another Warcraft game?
Yeah, there's a whole series of different Warcraft games that are out.
Yeah. Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, which Call of Duty is a big one that we'll come back to, and like I said, Candy Crush. In addition to the global esports activities through MLG, or Major League Gaming, which is one of the biggest esports, I don't know, what would you call them, producers?
Organizers,
Yeah. The company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. Now, if we can see... there's a graphic you can look up. We have it on this back monitor here. But some other studios included are Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beenox, Infinity Ward, Toys for Bob, which makes remakes mostly. But it's more than just, these big games here. These are your big things, your Overwatches, your Call of Duties, which we'll hit on more later on in the show. But it's important to remember just how many studios are being acquired now under the Microsoft banner that you may not even think of. But some important points, actually, before we get into that, Joe, what do you think about this acquisition when you see these big studios? Do any of these games jump out to you?
Well, obviously some of them do. I mean, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Diablo, we've got World of Warcraft. That's a little long in the tooth right now, but it's a huge franchise. One thing is important to emphasize is the deal is still pending regulator approval.
Yep.
So it isn't a done deal just yet. So I think it's important to point that out. I think it's definitely a huge deal as far as dollar value and the impact of the industry. I don't think it's game breaking just yet. I think we kind of have, assuming it goes through, you've got probably about 3 years or more before it starts having a huge impact because of existing contracts and rights management that's going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a special task force. Not task force is a bit dramatic, but there's a FTC group being assembled specifically to look into this to make sure that it's all square before this acquisition goes through. So it is still pending, but it's most likely going to happen. So we thought we'd cover it today. But some more important points for you. Like I said, Microsoft now becomes, or will become, if this goes through, will become the third largest gaming company by revenue. Just to put that into perspective, I was wrong. Sony's number one with gaming revenue at $25 billion. Tencent coming in at number 2 with $13.9 billion. Nintendo was number 3 with $12.1 billion, but Microsoft has knocked them out with $11.6 billion, which, those numbers don't make sense none of them looking at them. But Microsoft will be taking that third spot for revenue. I imagine those numbers will probably go up for them now that they have acquired all these big franchises. Speaking of those franchises, especially Call of Duty. Call of Duty is one of the biggest things they're getting out of this. Activision isn't publishing a whole lot now, but it's primarily a Call of Duty machine. But we'll get back to Call of Duty. No, I'm sure that wasn't important, whatever that was.
Oh, not at all.
We'll get back to Call of Duty later on because it is something that I think deserves its own segment just because of how much money they're going to be making off it. But another important note is that King, the development studio, the Candy Crush people, gives Microsoft a big foot in the mobile gaming market, which they didn't really have before. They have their xCloud, which they're allowing you to play Xbox games on your phones. But in terms of games specifically developed for mobile, Microsoft didn't really have something like that, except for, there was Spartan Assault. There was a couple Halo games that were...
They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah. Yeah, which you can also play on console now anyway. But it's where Tencent dominates, so we're going to see if, Microsoft acquiring this, are they going to try to go after Tencent in that mobile gaming market? But yeah, this is the broad umbrella look at it. This is the kind of the big overview. We'll get into some of the details in just a bit. But were there any thoughts you want to add, just big picture about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, consolidation in the game industry really isn't new, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about with this. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen gaming studios gobble each other up. Left and right. Epic acquired Tonic in 2021. EA went on its own buying spree, picking up BioWare and all the other known studios in the last, 5 to 6 years. What's significant with Microsoft is that they're not just a game studio.
Mm-hmm.
They're a platform and a hardware manufacturer. So that's what's got a lot of people concerned, is that they can lock up a lot of exclusives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But even the exclusives aren't that concerning because Sony's had exclusives for decades now, their entire intellectual property. When Sega liquidated their Dreamcast and their gaming systems, they basically sold off their intellectual property to Microsoft. They divided it between Microsoft and Sony, and each got a couple of pieces of that property. But like I said before, the deal's full impact won't be felt for a few years because of a number of existing licensing agreements. And, a lot can change in 3 or 4 years in the gaming industry.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to see these studios shift. I mean, a lot of these studios have big games waiting to come out. We have Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016. We've seen a ton of gameplay of Overwatch 2, but it's kind of one of those ones that Blizzard has in their back pocket that they're kind of just waiting to drop. Probably a guaranteed hit because, the Overwatch, I'm part of the Overwatch fan base. It's a big fan base, but we're hoping to see that soon with this acquisition as well. But let's we'll take a short break. We'll come back and get into the nitty gritty details.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, where today we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. So getting into the details here, Activision Blizzard has been making some questionable management decisions in the last few years, and this is something I wanted to put right at the top, just so we can kind of get it out of the way, because there is some controversy there that I think is worth talking about. Mainly from Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard Incorporated Chief Executive Officer, or CEO. This is from Bloomberg, from Devon Pendleton and Scott Carpenter. Activision CEO is looking at a $375 million payout in the Microsoft sale. So Bobby Kotick will be getting his payout from this, and we'll get into sort of his behavior and why that is controversial, I think. Last year, Activision Blizzard Inc. Chief Executive Kotick, he received a 50% pay cut. This year, he's up for a $375.3 million windfall before taxes. Now, Kotick's time as CEO has been marked by a leader whose recent tenure has been I just repeated myself in the notes here, but his tenure has been marked by employee complaints over sexism, a hostile work culture, and mismanagement of assault claims. That's kind of the big thing here, why he's kind of had a negative light on him pretty much his entire time at Activision as CEO. As recently as November, he was the target of employee walkouts and petitions demanding his removal over reports he failed to make the company's board aware of allegations of rape and other serious misconduct. Now, since being CEO in 2017, Kotick owns almost 4 million shares of Activision. This is the most of any officer or director, according to their filings. The second largest holder is board chairman Brian Kelly, who owns 1.4 million through trusts and foundations, which his stake is at a value of 137 million based on this deal. So that's where a lot of this money is coming from. Now, were you aware of Bobby Kotick at all, just from any kind of press you might have heard about him?
I don't know how you could not have been with all the negative press that he had.
Yeah.
When the deal itself cut, it was interesting. The companies have been kind of playing the fate of Kotick a little loose, a little close to the vest. They only said that he's going to remain CEO through the 2023 fiscal year for Microsoft, which ends June 30th, 2023. What is interesting, he's quoted himself saying, is he'll be available if needed.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to get too many callbacks.
No.
But even if he doesn't, in addition to the stock buyout that he gets, he has an employment contract that entitles him to a severance package worth $293 million should he lose his job as a result of a corporate takeover. So this guy's walking away with well over $500 million as a result of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you kind of hate to see come out of this, right? When we get into that discussion of corporate consolidation, is that, the bad guys that float to the top often get away, arguably better off than they were before.
Yeah.
If they're going at all, even. Microsoft, like you had said, were very wishy-washy about it, because that was one of the things, you think, oh, great acquisition. Okay, what happens with Bobby Kotick? Are we getting this guy out of here?
Right.
Because it's something that's pretty much universally agreed upon, is that he is not a great manager, and these sexual assault allegations and employee walkouts, the hits just kept coming. And it was, it's an interesting decision for Microsoft to say, okay, we're going to keep the guy around, but is that because we don't want to have to pay out $250 million?
Right, exactly.
But Kotick's compensation was controversial even before California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing sued the video game publisher in July, detailing a retaliatory, quote, frat boy culture. Earlier, the company announced it was slashing Kotick's 2021 salary and bonus in half in response to criticism. His pay package was excessively lavish compared with his peers. Kotick was also found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, in which he used his company email address, and that's not a great look.
That doesn't help you or the company at that point.
No, I mean it's because I don't know why you would use your company email address. The hubris.
I don't know why you'd be involved with him in the first place.
True, yeah. But that's just one of the issues with Activision Blizzard. There are other problems as well in terms of union busting. This comes from Ethan Gack. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Ethan, from Kotaku. Call of Duty maker reveals plan to squash union effort. Activision Blizzard calls for studio-wide vote after refusing to voluntarily recognize Raven QA union. Raven is one of the studios under Activision Blizzard acquired in this acquisition. But this comes from the Kotaku article, quote, 34 staff from Raven's QA department revealed recently that they were organizing with the Communications Workers of America to unionize, which would have been an unprecedented step for developers at a major gaming company. They called on Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize the union, which had supermajority support within the QA department. Now, this is where we get into company policy from Blizzard. Their policy essentially boils down to when a company refuses to voluntarily recognize the union, the organizers behind it must win a majority in an election ratified by the National Labor Review Board. Now, this would be a huge hurdle for the folks over at Raven. A hurdle that would have been easy for Game Workers Alliance to overcome within just the QA department, because you have a very small section of employees, would have been very easy to get a majority. By requiring all employees at Raven to have a say, Activision Blizzard is effectively arguing that either the entire studio, not just the QA department, but the whole studio of Raven, unionize or no one does. And that's kind of where you get into these wordsmith sort of, how we're going to use technicalities to kind of break up these unions. How do you feel about them?
Well, I think that's one of those things where, one, you're not gonna win against the union at this point in time. All these, I mean, if Amazon itself is fighting against the unionization of their facilities and losing, Blizzard's not going to win. And second, if you're trying to force the entire company to unionize rather than just a department, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. Because all you're going to do is piss off all your employees. Yeah. Then they're all going to unionize, and then you're really screwed in the end.
Yeah, but Blizzard had another response to this. This comes from Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon. The situation developed even more back in November. Quote, this is from a company statement. In November, we began the process to convert our temporary employees to full-time employment status. This comes from Raven Software studio head Brian Raffel in an email to staff. He goes on to say, now I'm excited to share that our QA colleagues will embed directly within various teams across the studio, including animation, art, design, audio, production, and engineering. In the email, Raffel said the move to our QA team has been in the works for several months. Now, this splitting up of the QA team that was trying to unionize comes just 6 weeks after they were coming off a 6-week work strike. This makes unionization even more difficult. So these folks go on strike for the union, they come back, the QA department is split up among all different parts of Raven, making it even more difficult to effectively unionize. Do you think, according to Raffle here from Raven, they say this was in the works for several months. Do you buy that, or is this a little too much of a coincidence for you?
There's probably a grain of truth in there, because these guys, as monumental as some of the mistakes are that they're making, they're not stupid.
Right.
And when they started getting whispers that the QA department was going to unionize, the first way to do that is to liquidate your QA department and dissolve it into everyone else who's not going to unionize. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there was probably plans for it. I think the strike forced their hand and required them to basically pull the trigger on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they had much of a choice there.
Yeah, and this, as we're kind of alluding to here, the timing of these events is certainly interesting. The speculation is that this acquisition of Microsoft purchasing Blizzard, with the Gip hype moments of having all these franchises come to Microsoft, is that meant to overshadow the bad PR that Activision Blizzard has been getting for like 5 years now? Pretty much everything. There was even the thing with Blizzard, I don't know if I have it in the notes here, but where the controversy with China, where they were censoring the Hearthstone player when they was protesting China. And that was like huge news for like weeks. And it was all negative PR for Blizzard. And, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you have to wonder, the CEO or the higher ups over at Microsoft, was there a thought of, is this too many bad apples? Is this too much of a bad PR move?
And I think there's little doubt that Microsoft is buying damaged goods.
Yeah.
As far as the reputation of the company goes. The products they put out are solid. Microsoft's already looking to do damage control on the bad image. I had found a Wall Street Journal article where Sabina Menschel, who's the president of global investigative firm Nardello and Company, says there's definitely more diligence being done, particularly diligence being done around bad behavior on the part of Microsoft doing their due diligence. She said not only sexual harassment or misconduct, but bullying and other types of behavior, companies are a lot less tolerant. Microsoft being that. Microsoft knows that they're going to get a lot of press and attention, and they realize that their own reputation is on the line here. So the last thing a company like Microsoft wants is to inject itself with a cancerously bad culture that'll eat away at the rest of the company. Or, certainly more company profits than anything else. So Microsoft's not stupid in this acquisition. They kind of knew what they were getting, which is why I'm pretty sure they're so aloof when it comes to what the management of Blizzard's going to wind up looking like after all this.
Yeah, you want to be optimistic, right? You want to say they're being acquired. Maybe we'll get some management shakeups. We'll improve the culture, but especially when it comes to the gaming industry, the culture of crunch when you have to get a game out and you're working, double to triple the hours that are healthy, and you're getting harassed at work. It's something that is all too common, especially in the gaming industry. So you want to hope that things will get better, but only time will tell. Especially with something as big as this, it's going to take years to see if there are any changes, what they might be.
Well, and honestly, historically, Microsoft doesn't have the best reputation with its game developers. It had a really rocky relationship with Bungie back when Bungie was developing Halo for them.
Yep.
So that was kind of a caustic environment there. Not nearly as bad as what Activision and Blizzard had, but it is. It's a high stress environment. I've worked in development environments doing application development. Game development is on a whole different level. You've got deadlines that are right off the bat, unrealistic deadlines that are being set by salespeople, not set by engineers, and you're driven to the point of collapse by the time the end of the project rolls around.
Yeah, we're still seeing the effects of COVID with all this as well. A lot of these studios had to completely shut down and send everybody home with all their equipment, which, we're seeing that with games. I mean, probably the biggest one is Halo Infinite, Microsoft's arguably biggest title in years, got delayed a whole year, to make the game ready and to
probably needed to be delayed another couple of months too before launch. But
well, yeah, they're still staggering that content.
They delayed it for a year and then released 70% of the game.
Yeah,
and 30% of it was bugged.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to things like that, it's as a bit of an aside, I would rather it just take longer, just so you don't.
Absolutely,
have to,
I'm the same way. I play in a game that's owned by EA now, Star Wars: The Old Republic. They had a major content drop that was supposed to happen right after the first of the year, and they had to push it out another month. And it's like, it's okay. I'm all right waiting for that because I've lived through content drops that weren't ready, and it made the game just completely unplayable for a month or two while they went back to the drawing board and fixed it.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay with the old content and live with it, but still be able to play the game until it's ready to go.
And that's not even, the quality of the game and what you're dropping, the kind of content you're dropping is important. But giving it more time also allows the people making this content to not necessarily have to crunch and to have more time to work on it at a healthy pace. And I think that's a lot of the reason we're seeing the delays as well. So hopefully we'll see some more positive management decisions, but unfortunately only time will tell on that. But another big aspect of this is Games Pass. Now, for those of you that might not know, Xbox Games Pass is basically the Netflix of gaming. It's the thing that everybody calls it. And I'm sure they might already have that as like their official slogan, but if they don't, they should. But basically you pay a set fee every month. I think if you get the Games Pass Ultimate, which includes your Xbox Live Gold, which allows you to play online, what's it, $15 a month, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But around that price, and you can basically download the library of games, which is like 100-some games, available to play. Now, you also get first-party Xbox Studio games, day and date, Xbox games with gold, EA Play as well, getting a lot of EA titles in there. And there's also Games Pass for PC, so you don't even have to have an Xbox to access a lot of these things because you can get it all through Games Pass for PC, which is a recent addition, but definitely a huge get, which also ties into this acquisition because a lot of these games from Blizzard are primarily on PC.
Yeah.
But some numbers for you about Microsoft Games Pass. This comes from Tom Warren over at The Verge. Quote, Microsoft Game Pass service now has 25 million subscribers, which is up from 18 million Microsoft reported in January of last year. So in just a year, you're adding 7 million more subscribers. And that's in a year where you acquire Bethesda, you get the EA deal through, so you can get EA Play, you get Games Pass on PC. That's all in a year, and it makes sense why they got 7 million more people on board.
Sure.
And that's not even accounting the Xbox first-party studios, those games that came out, like Halo, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There was Rainbow Six, but I don't think that's another big game on Games Pass. It's not an Xbox exclusive, but
right.
So you had a couple games drops as well to kind of justify those higher numbers. Xbox Games Pass is shifting how gaming companies look at revenue models. It's kind of changing the whole industry. It's changing it from being you pay $60 to $70 for a game the day it comes out, you have a physical disc, you play it, and that's it. Now we're kind of shifting to a more ever-changing thing where you have a library of digital games that you can then download, which some people aren't for because they'd rather have that physical media. Personally, I don't mind, except for when it comes to storage, because I know there's two different models of the newest Xbox out now.
Right.
There's one that has a disk drive and one that doesn't. You have the non-disk drive one. Do you ever run into storage issues with, having to download everything like that?
I don't. And I have the internal storage. I have the external NVMe card storage. Plus, I offload a good chunk of the games to the slower USB drive on there. So I've got plenty of storage. There's only the newest, latest, greatest games need to be played on the fastest storage. So they've provided enough options that it's manageable, and I'm not too worried about that. And I download all the games anyway. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a GameStop or someplace else to buy a physical piece of media for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way. I have because I download everything. The second it comes to Game Pass, I'm downloading it to play just because I love video games. And, I think this is a great, this isn't an ad for Games Pass, but I think it's the best value in gaming, because if you're someone that doesn't necessarily want to commit to that $60 purchase, you can get Games Pass and have over 100 games available to play like that.
Yeah.
And, you run into issues.
Not like that. You do have to download.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, there is the issue, if you don't have the best internet connection, or if you don't have the money to shell out for an external hard drive or things like that, there are some barriers to entry there. But you can still only download one game at a time, and, the Xbox can handle that if you're able to download it eventually. But like I was saying, this Games Pass is shifting how game companies are looking at the revenue models going forward. Sony is looking to compete with its PS Now service. It is similar to Games Pass, but not nearly as effective in the marketplace. And a big reason for that is because with PS Now, I don't think you can download the games. I think you have to stream them.
You're streaming them, live.
Which, even with a good internet connection, you can tell.
Yeah. Well, the latency, there's no way you can get around with the technology we have today. You can't get around latency. Yep. And latency, especially if you're playing like a first-person shooter or something like that, latency is going to kill you every time. Mm-hmm. There's no way you can get around the physics of you're trying to send a bit of data from your network all the way across the internet to some server somewhere else, and might not even be your region. You physically, even if you are using fiber optics all the way, you're limited by the speed of light. And there is, people don't realize it, but there's this limit to the speed of light when you're trying to go across the country, or when you're trying to bounce a signal off a satellite.
Mm-hmm. And talking about those online only services, Xbox does have xCloud, which allows you to stream games from your console to either your phone or a tablet or something like that. And they have made significant improvements to that in terms of dealing with latency. But still, if you're playing, like you said, a first-person shooter or a fighting game or a racing game, something that is online multiplayer, you're going to notice it regardless.
Yeah, single-player games, you're usually pretty okay with it, but don't try to do anything competitive in player versus player.
Yeah. But Sony is looking to beef up their PSN Now service. This comes from Jonas Mackey over at Game Reactor. Quote, the creator of PlayStation 4 and 5, Mark Cerny, has filed a patent via USPTO for, quote, backward compatibility through use of spoof clock, I don't know what that is, and fine-grained frequency control. So basically, Sony's got some patents on the book for backwards compatibility. So it leads people to speculate that they are going to try to incorporate some more, PS3 games and PS4 games into PS Now to try to make it compete with Games Pass, while also maybe throwing in your PS Plus, which is the equivalent of Xbox games or Xbox Gold, basically the online component, kind of rolling it all into one package, just like you have here with Games Pass. Do you think that would be as effective as Microsoft's Game Pass?
It has the potential. I think the problem you run into is that game services is an area where PlayStation is playing catch up. Microsoft is leaps and bounds. They're 10 years ahead of PlayStation when it comes to this service and this ability. PlayStation really abandoned their backwards compatibility as a serious concern years ago. As they were moving past the PS2, PS3, they didn't really worry about supporting backwards compatibility. That was an area that Microsoft really cashed in on because they knew all these people out there had this huge library of games, and they were going to be angry if they couldn't play them, moving forward. So Microsoft has been very good about that. And Microsoft, just to talk real quickly about the technology that they're talking about here, the spoof clock. So the problem with the newer game systems is they run fast, right? They're newer processors, they're faster clocks on the processors, and you need all that for the computation. The problem is when you try to run an older system on a clock that fast, it either doesn't work at all or it works at a rate that you can't play that game anymore. So what they do is they try to clock down the processor on there so you can play it at the same speed as the old consoles. Well, Microsoft got around that by using virtual machines, which Microsoft brought in from their corporate world. So when you fire up, an old Xbox 360 game, it fires up a virtual machine and it runs in that virtual machine completely self-contained in there and fully functional. So they're not doing these gimmicky type things like PlayStation's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of a thing, right? That Xbox, when they announced that they were going to have 360 games coming to Xbox One at the time, people lost their minds because, obviously for the reasons you're saying, people didn't want to lose all those games.
You can go back and play original Xbox games now. They're making them compatible.
Yeah, as a lifelong Xbox and PlayStation fan, it's really, really cool to have access to those old games. Although I think Xbox announced recently that the last batch of what's going to be backwards compatible has been announced. So we are seeing that halt, but it's still a ton of games.
Yeah.
And, even one game would have made it, over PlayStation in this instance. But let's get into another big aspect of this, which we kind of teased at the beginning of the show, Call of Duty.
Let's take a break before we get into that.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back with Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about Microsoft's gaming monopoly. So like I said before, I'm a little rambunctious. I thought I'd just plow right through it. But, we got bills to pay, got to keep the lights on, so we had to run some ads. But we're back. And we're going to get into talking about Call of Duty. It's one of the biggest, worthy enough that they decided to put it as part of their banner here for the purchase. But it is Activision's probably their biggest game that they're currently publishing. Once again, Call of Duty Vanguard, which is the most recent addition in the franchise, was the best-selling game of 2021. This comes from the NPD, or the National Purchase Diary panel. That comes from its sales report for 2021, that Call of Duty Vanguard, #1 again. Which is interesting because it was critically panned and fan panned. I don't know what you would call that demographic, but nobody liked the game. But it was still the #1 best-selling game, and that kind of speaks to why Call of Duty is such a valuable asset for now Microsoft to have in their pocket. And I could speak of this as a Call of Duty fan that kind of hopped off the bandwagon after Cold War, the last entry. Call of Duty fans are dedicated.
Yeah.
And
fanatical, I would say.
Yeah. And they're going to buy it regardless of what it is. People will pre-order the next Call of Duty before it's even announced what it is.
Yeah.
So when you acquire something like this, that's guaranteed money in your pocket. And in a second, we'll get into Microsoft now has a lot of these titles where the fan bases are extremely rabid. But this comes from Eddie Makuch over at GameSpot.com. That's a shame.
Just work through the name.
Yeah, Eddie, if you're listening, I apologize. Change your name, though. Quote, Vanguard was December's best-selling game of December and the full year, and the series has now been the best-selling game franchise for dollar sales for 13 years in a row. How do you feel about that? Because I could not believe that statistic when I saw it.
Being a fan of Call of Duty for 13 years, I could totally understand it. That's the one game a year. I don't play games nearly as much as I used to, but the one game a year that I always look forward to is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is not released by just one development group either. They come out each year. It's a different group that comes out with them. And it's it's funny looking at the dynamic and almost the personality that you get from game to game. But it totally makes sense to me that you're going to have a group of people that are that dedicated to it, because the big fan base for Call of Duty isn't let's just play through the scenario and be done with it, campaign and be done with it. It's that online cutthroat, super competitive, prestiging 20 times, getting all the bells and whistles and all the toys on my weapons and all the colors. That's what it is. And it's a reward-based system that they run on that keeps people addicted. It's almost like drug addiction, where there's always something for you when you keep playing. It's not like you run the content and the game's over. There's such replayability with it, with the online PvP play.
Yeah, and that's not even factoring in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Which dropped 3-4 years ago, but kind of became another battle royale in that battle royale wheelhouse that is just a cash cow for the folks over at Activision, because it's difficult for any game, especially a battle royale, to break out and kind of make its name. But you have the big three. I would say at this point, you have Fortnite, Apex Legends, which is also owned by EA, and now Warzone. So it's just interesting to think about how much money just Warzone alone is bringing in, which they've already said they're going to continue that, because of course they are. Why would they stop?
Why wouldn't you? It's a golden goose.
Yeah. But something else I wanted to mention about the Call of Duty thing is that now part of this acquisition, Microsoft now owns Major League Gaming, and I don't know for sure, but there's got to be a Call of Duty tournament with MLG, right?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
So now Microsoft has all that stuff in house.
I'm not nearly that good enough to know where it is or how to play it, but.
Yeah, so now Microsoft has all those. They almost have, it's like, the old Paramount decision with movies back in the 30s. They have the distribution, distribution, manufacturing, and what's the other one? Production, maybe. I don't know. There's three things that you need.
They produced them, they distributed them.
Yeah, they have all these. Oh, exhibition, that's what it is, for movies when you go see it in theater. But now they own, the Xbox, I guess, would be the movie theater at this point.
And that's really where that concern came from, was that you're not just looking at an EA buying up other development houses. You're looking at the people that bring this to your house, that you play on their hardware. They're now going to be a major player in producing the games themselves and locking up those games to a closed system. And that's what scares a lot of people.
Yep. For a little bit of context, here's the top 5 games of 2021. You have Call of Duty Vanguard, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was the one before Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and Battlefield 2042. Now, there's some variation in the numbers there because I don't think this accounts for digital sales, but regardless, 4 out of these 5 games Microsoft now technically owns.
Right.
And these are, semi-annual titles. Madden comes out every year and is another cash cow. That's, you talk about rabid fan bases. Madden's one of the biggest ones out there, and FIFA. Just the FIFA Ultimate Team alone is $1 billion industry. Yeah. And it's insane that now Microsoft now has Call of Duty, the sports games, and just that alone could make any company rich for years. But they've got everything else to back it up. I don't know.
And ironically, the place that I think Microsoft is going to make the most money out of this in the short term is going to be mobile. Mm-hmm. Microsoft had no footprint in the mobile market itself now. And now they're going to be probably second place in mobile games at this point in time, just from this acquisition. That's huge. Just the microtransactions associated with the mobile games, huge cash cow for them.
Yep, because you have King with Candy Crush, and I'm sure King makes other mobile games. I'm not too familiar with them. But you also have Diablo. Diablo Immortal is a huge mobile game that no one was particularly happy about when it got announced. But it might already be out, or it's coming out, and that's...
When you can have games that are terrible games by all accounts and they still make a fortune, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Diablo Immortal got announced, it was booed at E3. But yeah, that's another big mobile title coming out. We're going to see, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a variation on, Warcraft, the original Warcraft, like the RTS, real-time strategy games, ported to mobile, and StarCraft. I think all these things could...
They're perfect for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I would not be surprised at all. There's also Call of Duty Mobile, which is, I think, it's still around, so it's pretty successful. But, you're exactly right. I think we're going to see, Xbox kind of maybe try to dominate this market, assuming it can compete with Tencent. That's also counting xCloud, which you can play games mobily. which I think is really cool technology, especially if you're someone that travels a lot.
I've not had a good experience with
Oh, really?
it, and it's more because of the controls.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's really tough to play a console game on a tablet or a phone without having a proper controller.
Yeah, that's kind of been why I don't use it often as well, because I have to hook up the controller to my phone, and it's like, you've kind of lost me with that step. But you know, if they're going to double down on this mobile market, I could see them making, you know, an easier to use interface, or make games specifically for mobile that you don't have to worry about translating that controller
As
interface.
long as Microsoft doesn't try to make phones again, we should all be okay.
I had that Microsoft phone, by the way. I wanted that thing, and it was terrible. So yeah, I think they learned their lesson there. But we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk more monopolies.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Insights into Tomorrow, episode 16, where we are talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. So we've kind of been leading up to this entire show, the discussion of Monopoly. What does this mean for... What does this mean, Jenny? What does this mean for Microsoft monopolizing the games industry? Should PlayStation gamers be worried that they simply won't be able to play some of their favorite franchises going forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, they should not be worried at all. Sony just acquired Bungie, and that huge catalog of games that Bungie doesn't have.
Destiny 2, baby!
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled at the Sony response to this. It was almost like hey, we need to look like we're still in the game here, so let's buy something.
Well, it wasn't a response, because these deals take months. Sony, it's a response in general to Microsoft's, acquiring Bethesda, now this, but the acquisition game, the land grab in general, I don't think it's a direct response to this, but it is something that Sony is trying to flesh out their online presence, because, you think Sony, you think single player, narrative focused, action, adventure games. You got Uncharted, well, not anymore, but, Last of Us, God of War, all these things, Horizon, Spider-Man, yeah, all these things that are single player driven. Sony really doesn't have a foot in that multiplayer landscape like Microsoft does with things like, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, which is free to play.
Not exclusives, no. They're banking on cross-platform licensing like Call of Duty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but hopefully having Bungie, they can kind of flesh out that landscape, not just with Destiny 2, but I think they announced another IP from Bungie, kind of focusing in the multiplayer world as well. But Call of Duty has been confirmed to be multi-platform for at least the next 3 years. And I wouldn't be surprised if... Do you think we'll see an Xbox exclusive Call of Duty?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Microsoft would be stupid if they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Do you think they would try to split it up and have it be single player only on Xbox, multiplayer Warzone everywhere else, or Warzone everywhere else, multiplayer single player only on Xbox?
I think you're going to see the whole thing just be on Xbox. Microsoft has very few bankable franchises that they can say are exclusives that they didn't themselves create already. You've got Halo. You've got... What else do you have? I mean...
Gears of War, which, unless they make another game, is not super...
That's kind of getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, well, we're on number 6. Well, 5 came out, but the next one would be number 6.
But Sony made their place in the gaming market with their exclusives. Mm-hmm. And they sucked up all the exclusives, is the problem. When Microsoft went to start doing exclusives, there was none left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too, and like the focus of Microsoft has never really been on making, you don't have those like It reminds me of like the 90s and 2000s where you had mascot games like Crash Bandicoot and
Sure.
Spyro. Sony kind of has that now with Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. You see these characters, you recognize them from PlayStation games. Microsoft pretty much only has Master Chief.
Right.
I mean, you can count Marcus Phoenix and now Kate, I forget her last name from Gears of War. Those are iconic characters, but they're not nearly as beloved and as current as a lot of your PlayStation single party players or characters.
So seeing Call of Duty go exclusive to Microsoft, I think, is a no-brainer.
Are we gonna get a Call of Duty Halo crossover?
God, I hope not.
That'd be
I mean,
insane.
it's possible given the direction that they've gone with some of the Call of Duty stories.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them if they think they can make money on it. I think us arguing whether or not Microsoft acquiring Blizzard Activision is a monopolistic move is difficult when they're solidly claiming the third place slot.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say you're a monopoly when you're third place.
Yeah, it's just I think the biggest thing that frightens people and why they cry monopoly is because the independent game studio landscape is dwindling
Yeah.
quickly, and you wonder if there's going to come a day where everything is either a Sony Studios or an Xbox Studios game, and if we're just going to lose that independent scene altogether.
Well, you will, but it's one of those things that's self-sustaining because I can go into business for myself. I can take out a $100,000 loan, start a studio, run it for 3 years, come up with something that's marketable, and then get a 100-time return on my investment and get bought out. So just as an entrepreneurial injector, those independent organizations are still going to continue going on there, if for no other reason than to be targeted for buyouts.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it is a lot like movies where you had, early movies were not owned by anybody, but then you had big studios like Warner Brothers and others. And then eventually that studio system was torn down. And that's why you get more independent films like in the 60s and 70s. Are we going to see this with gaming where, these studios buy up everybody? We get these, a decade or two of all these console exclusive games. And then do we have a kind of consumer pushback against that where we'll go back to more independent publishers? Or do you think we'll settle into this studio, grabathon?
The market never really allows the polarizing effect of one or two companies to run things. The corporate industries tends to migrate in that direction. I mean, even if you look at like retail, for instance, so everybody vilified Walmart because they came into every town and they killed all the small mom and pop shops. And then what happened after that? Then Amazon showed up, and Amazon's now killing Walmart. Mm-hmm. So now all the small mom and pop shops are like, well, you got to support your local businesses. So now there's a big push for all the local businesses, all your little bookstores and everything else. So the market is going to regulate itself more than the government is. The government's going to try and regulate it for purposes of, tax revenue and so forth. But the market doesn't sustain monopolies very well.
Yeah. Dialing it back a bit, by owning all these yearly releases, the ones we hit on earlier, the Maddens, the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, does Microsoft stifle competition? Because if you're someone that is a casual gamer, right, and you only buy one game a year, and that game is Call of Duty, and you own a PlayStation, is this something that Microsoft, whether it's not a real monopoly, not a total monopoly, are there some issues with it?
Well, the competition does not survive off of those guys that buy one game a year, right? The competition is spurred on by market growth. It's spurred on by market activity. And what you find now, the reason so many of these acquisitions are happening is because you have so many independent companies that put out that one gem. And everybody loves that for 6 months, and it makes a fortune. Well, and then you see someone like Microsoft go gobble them up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to stop those guys from producing that. You're still going to have all these small studios and individual efforts that are going to be putting out those brainstorms that you don't get that level of innovation from a corporation like a Microsoft or a Sony. You just don't get that kind of innovative design and out-of-the-box thinking. This sort of stuff has been happening since the 1980s and through the 90s, where you get a couple of guys that start, like, you've probably heard of Sid Meier's, right? Mm-hmm. Civilization, Pirates. He started, it was a two-man company he started. and they got huge. Then they were popular. And then when they got bought out, they created Microprose. And when Microprose wound up getting bought out, he went and started another studio. And when that got bought out for Firaxis, he went and started. So you're not going to stop people like that who can't, I don't want to say can't operate in a corporate culture, but they don't thrive in a corporate culture. They thrive in that small incubator type of environment. And they're going to keep going. They're going to build what they want. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. And there's hundreds of people like that are out there in multiple industries, not just the game industry. Yeah,
it's true. I mean, it was something I was worried about because I think that just like with movies, again, bringing it back again, you have to have the independent element, right? Because if everything is studio mandated, it stifles creativity at the very least. So, I do agree with you that I think we'll see that independent scene will still be there. And it's just a matter of, when they make it big and get bought by Sony or Microsoft.
Everybody wants, the old saying in the movies, everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. Well, everybody wants their big break. Everyone wants their buyout here. So everyone's still going to keep building the stuff independently.
Yeah, there was an example I thought of while you were making that comparison. Drinkbox Studios, they made a game called Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2, side-scrolling platforming action game, really creative, really fun. Then they got bought by Microsoft, and they recently had a game come out called Nobody Saves the World, which was day and date on Games Pass. But playing that game, you worry a little bit that you're going to lose some of the independent charm, but they didn't. And so, as long as Microsoft, if they're going to, Microsoft and Sony, if they're going to buy these studios, if they can kind of remain hands off and still let these guys work, but just have it be, maybe a console exclusive if it needs to be at the end of the day.
Well, Bungie's a great example. Bungie was a fantastic small independent group when Microsoft went to them with Halo. They did a fantastic job with Halo, knocked it out of the park. Microsoft bought them, ran them for a little bit, stifled their innovation, and then they wound up breaking it off again as an independent group. Now they're getting bought by Sony, so, some people don't learn their lessons, I guess.
Well, it's also important to note that they were owned by Activision for like 2 years, I don't forget how long, but they were owned until 2019 by Activision, which was also a terrible relationship that they were treated terribly with, and the fans hated it, and Bungie hated it, and I'm pretty sure Activision hated it. It was a bad time all around.
Yeah.
But Bungie can't catch a break.
BioWare, same thing. BioWare had a huge fan base of rabid fans because of the philosophy that the owners had, the quality of the product that they put out. They get acquired by EA. EA basically waters the entire thing down, slaps their little formula for development on there, and it's just a clone of what EA is now.
Yeah. Yeah, EA, we could probably do a whole other episode on EA, but they have similar corporate issues. But yeah, again, going back to Microsoft and the monopoly, Microsoft, of course, we talked about it on a previous episode. They faced criticism back in the 90s for its antitrust practices. Are they heading down a similar path? From McKenna Kelly over at The Verge, quote, and this gets into some of the details about the FTC. The Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission launched a joint effort to modernize antitrust enforcement, seeking comment on how the agencies can apply current law in cases against tech companies like Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and Google. The announcement came at a joint press conference from FTC Chair Lena Khan and Justice Department Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor, who described the move as a wide-ranging enforcement modernization effort. So we did an episode a while back about tech companies and their monopolies, and I think this is just another nail in the coffin of the FTC kind of getting wise to it and kind of changing legislation to better combat these deals. What do you think about that?
Well, and I think the problem you run into here is it's a change of administration. It's a new FTC that has to kind of make a splash here that it's anti-monopolistic, so they need an example, right? So the advantage that Microsoft has, though, is they're not in the center of the regulatory sniper rifle at this point in time. You've got two big companies out there that have really got everybody else's attention. So I think it's more a matter of timing. I think if Microsoft plays this smart, they don't rush this. They wait for Khan to get caught up in either a Meta witch hunt or a Google witch hunt and go after them. And I think the FTC's, the Biden administration is looking for a win, right? And if the big guys out there to get that win on aren't Microsoft, they're Meta and Google. So if they lock horns with one of them first, Microsoft will be able to get through without any real challenges, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Meta's already kind of taken a couple hits recently.
They're not doing themselves any favors.
No, it seems like every week they've had like the worst month ever.
Well, the fact that they even changed the name, I mean, that was just such a blatant attempt to put lipstick on a pig there and hope the government didn't recognize you're the same evil company.
Yeah, what they have their first quarter where they lost users.
Yeah.
Their revenue is down. Like they're just falling apart.
Zuckerberg lost $20 billion on paper in one day.
Yeah, so you're right. If they're looking for someone to make an example out of, it seems like Meta might be the better target.
Well, and that's the thing. Not even from I hate to bring politics into this, but it's not even just from a monopolistic standpoint. Meta has a reputation from a perspective of influencing politics and in a negative way for Democrats. And when you're facing a Democratic administration who needs a win, you've made yourself a very easy target at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it makes them certainly like you said, a much bigger target. While the announcement spans markets, it specifically, this goes back to the FTC, the task force they're putting together. It specifically questions how regulators should approach merger approval in digital markets, potentially setting new legal standards around data aggregation, interoperability. That's a fun word to say. I was going to say interpolarity, but that doesn't make any sense. And market consolidation that can affect competition. So we're seeing a bit of a really unprecedented time for when it comes to these kind of laws, because they have to change them for the digital market. It makes you wonder where these things will go in, say, 20 years.
The problem that you have is the wheels of government are notoriously slow. They do not keep up with technology. They do not even from a medical standpoint, government regulation does not keep up with advances in technology, and it never will. Because the bureaucracy itself doesn't allow it. What would take a development company, 6 months to put out a new piece of technology, it would take the government 4 years to catch up to that between legislation and debates and subcommittees and all that stuff. So for the government itself to be reactionary in situations like this is very dangerous from a regulatory standpoint. What the government needs to do is stop looking at this from a per company standpoint and look at it from an impact to the market, an impact to the country and the citizens and everything else. Because only then can you react in a way that is slow but effective. And I think what you run into is the reaction that you get now is these guys are bad, so we have to do something about them. Mm-hmm. And legislation's never going to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we talk about how slow government moves, but these tech companies move lightning fast in terms of, whether it be making acquisitions like this or by expanding their spheres of influence. So it's almost like it's oil and water in terms of how these two entities operate. And, how does that impact legislation, and how does that impact the amount of power that these tech companies are able to consolidate and aggregate? But, as we're coming to the end of the show, do you think this merger is going to go through?
I think without a doubt it's going to go through, yes.
And do you think that this will be a footnote in the FTC's policy going forward when it comes to these kind of mergers?
I don't think it's really going to get much scrutiny from the FTC. It's not a questionable deal. We already talked about them becoming third. If they were number one after this deal, I could see it getting scrutiny. You can't accuse someone of being monopolistic when you're number 3 in the market. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If the merger, stepping out of the game industry for a moment, if the merger between T-Mobile and Sprint could go through because they were third place and that was part of the justification for that, then you already have a precedent set for it. So there's very little chance that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think it will go through. And, we're kind of at that stage where all this news broke, and it was a crazy month of hearing the headlines and what this means. But we're kind of at a point where now we kind of just hurry up and wait, we see, because these things take years to figure out. What's the real question is, what are things going to look like in 5 to 10 years for Microsoft and for Blizzard? And
that's where you have to look, because even after this deal is signed, nothing's going to happen for 3 to 4 years. 5 years from now, I think you're going to find Xbox is going to be far more dominant in the gaming scene. You know, PlayStation has traditionally always beat out Xbox as far as console sales and game sales. And I think if Microsoft doesn't come out on top, it's going to be a lot closer than it was. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a lot of the reason why Microsoft isn't first is Microsoft tends to shoot themselves in the foot from a technology standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. You know, just the fact that they can't consistently name their consoles really confuses the hell out of people.
It's a branding issue, right?
That it really is. Every time they come out with a new console, they try to reinvent themselves, and it backfires every single time.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has their own flurry of mistakes that they continuously make over and over again that really impede their ability to be dominant. Buying their way to dominance is a new strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work because you got the same people making the same mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we talk about that strategy of buying, and it almost creates the image of Microsoft setting up all these dominoes that they're just waiting to push down. You know, because we have the Bethesda acquisition, Elder Scrolls 6, a big game from Bethesda, Starfield. I believe Starfield was confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. So again, we go back to that 5 to 10 year, you know, benchmark. Is Microsoft going to have a decade where they're just releasing, you know, hit title after hit title, which people kind of think that they were going to do now with Halo, but that was kind of all they did.
And that's the thing. You can, just because you have an exclusive doesn't mean people are going to want to play it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you run into.
Yeah. And you get the opposite of that with Sony, where people are going to play those games because there's a level of quality that is pretty much unmatched.
Yes. And Microsoft, if nothing else, has an infamous reputation of putting out poor quality code, whether it's operating systems, Microsoft Office, video game, doesn't matter. I mean, this was another folly of their marketing department. They marked the Red Ring of Death issue from the Xbox 360 by selling T-shirts with the Red Ring of Death. Now, if you haven't been in the gaming industry for a while, the Red Ring of Death was when the Xbox 360 came out. They had a hardware issue, a fundamental hardware issue that was causing the little Xbox power ring to turn red, and the game system basically became useless.
Yep.
And they stumbled on replacing that. It turned out it was bad solder. So they were using cold solder that was too fragile. So the solder points, just from the motion of the fans and moving the thing around, will cause the solder points to break. So they went back to the manufacturing process and they injected more, I think it was more lead or something, into the copper itself to soften the copper up. Well, and then what happened was, as you played the game over a period of time, the game system would heat up to the point that it would melt the solder, and you'd get the problem again. So they really, for the first 2 years of the 360, they really flubbed the whole thing until they fixed their manufacturing issues. The fact that they're going to mark the release of the 360 by using the Red Ring of Death on a logo, is just idiotic. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like trying to claim something, right, and to make it better. But I think the memories, the wound is still too exposed,
exactly,
to be doing things like that. I mean, now we're seeing that they don't have nearly as poor of a launch with the Xbox Series X and S. There is the chip shortage, which is affecting everything. But the
problem that you run into is, so you want to buy an Xbox Series S. Well, do you need to buy an Xbox One S? Because that's what a lot of people wound up doing and not getting what they wanted.
Yep.
So it's almost like Microsoft is deliberately confusing their marketing now and having people buy stuff that they don't want.
Yeah, it's definitely a branding issue overall.
How difficult is it? Xbox One, Xbox Two, Xbox. Hey, you know what? Sony did that. Nobody confuses their consoles, do they?
It's true. Well, that you also get into the whole discussion of what kind of company Microsoft wants to be, because with the Xbox One, they wanted it to be a multimedia device.
Right.
And Sony was never, they didn't care about that. I mean, they kind of tried it with the PS3, but it was still called the PlayStation 3.
Exactly.
Ultimately, it's there to play video games, which I think Xbox is definitely going back to that with the Xbox Series X because you lost the bypass for your cable. That's no longer a feature.
Right.
And so I think they're definitely returning to their, I guess, quote unquote roots.
They're building a game system.
Yeah. And
Congratulations, guys.
I mean, the Series X is on par with something you can get on PC, right? In terms of specs, not like high end.
From a hardware standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going back to the drawing board and the basics, hopefully. And you know, we'll see the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic and that chip shortage for years in terms of actually being able to get your hands on these consoles. But I think that, you know, Microsoft is almost stepping past that with things like xCloud. You know, they continue to dump money into that.
Yeah.
I could totally see in a decade, maybe, you know, the next Xbox isn't, you know, it isn't a box. It's like a Fire Stick that you just stick into your TV.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Google tried to do that, and Google Stadia
They're just early.
didn't take off with it.
Yeah. Amazon's doing it too with Luna.
Yeah.
You know, I think the technology just isn't there yet, right? But when it gets there, you know,
the audience isn't ready for that yet.
that too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a very hard sell to be like, well, there's no box. Well, what do I do with this?
Here's $500 and a stick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of buyer's remorse there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem that, you know, not to go off topic too far here, but the problem that Google had was you would buy games through Google Stadia, but you never owned the rights to the games.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So you'd pay full price for the game, and it was their game. You were really just borrowing it for $50 or $60.
That was where Stadia lost me.
Yeah.
But we will monitor this going forward. We'll see when this acquisition goes through, what's going to happen with it. But that's going to wrap up today's episode of Insights into Things. Of course, I'll hit the show plugs for you again. You can always subscribe to everything on every platform, everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. But we also, you know, want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you think about this acquisition? How do you feel about it? Even if you're not a gamer, in terms of a tech acquisition, how do you feel about it? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you have Amazon Prime, that means you do have Twitch Prime, and you can give us that free Prime sub. It really helps us out. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast, Instagram at insightsintothings, and finally, all this information and so much more at insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, An estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics, and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on this show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the war on terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the war on terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another DC building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know the risk of what they're volunteering. Is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah. I think you make a valid point. You know, our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified.
Mm-hmm.
But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. You know, that was our response to 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States' response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush, Bush Jr., on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make some insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s. You know, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the war on terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
war
to
on
think
terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for a president, but it's worth noting bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which, doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea.
No,
I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st, are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue getting out of country. Global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. That's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. And I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. Yeah. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now again Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. And we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted the target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. Mm-hmm. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, you know. Like,
and you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
That footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling.
What makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said, you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders down. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before. It's like, for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like, there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. I don't know.
I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about?
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, so you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. They've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. Like, it's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
And I think that's really the thing, right? the people that live in these places were, I mean, if they maybe not content, but they were, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. I mean, sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective. Mm-hmm. In Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or partially paralyzed because of injury sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, still comparing these two things, because you just can't help it, then it was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everyone that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror, and I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism, we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And
right.
Like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. We've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just use drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare, because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach, where it's, instead it's a plane taking out, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is,
And that's a valid point. When people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet, you see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. I mean, let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to defend the land. They're warlords. They're not government officials.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a profit to be made by doing what they do. And I would speculate that perhaps maybe they were bought off by the Taliban, or the Taliban promised them riches or lands or something, but something caused the Afghan military to just collapse. A lot of the Biden administration's planning for this withdrawal was contingent upon the 300,000 Afghans that we trained and equipped to hold off the Taliban. And it never happened. It wasn't even attempted by the Afghan military. And there's been no explanation as to why. So lack of a structured military control by the government and outlying regions was a problem with the Afghan military. Like I said, they were counting on regional warlords to defend the territory. There was probably a fair amount of Taliban supporters already in the military, and some of the warlords were probably paid. The government abandoned the country. The president was quick to flee the country to what he said, quote unquote, avoid bloodshed, which really was avoid his own bloodshed. This signaled an overall lack of effective leadership. There were signs of desperation early on as regional capitals fell, and it was, at least in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese put up a fight, and they put up a hell of a fight in Vietnam. They were overwhelmed. They were probably not confident enough or equipped enough to do what needed to be done, but once your air support dries up in most of these situations, you're going to lose land to a larger force. So the Afghan military is definitely to blame. But Joe Biden has to take some of the blame himself. We've talked about the fact that there's 4 administrations to blame here. Biden is one of them. He was certainly dealt a bad hand by the deal Trump struck with the Taliban. His intelligence agencies failed to plan for the contingency of the complete collapse of the Afghan military, which you would have thought you would have had reinforcements or at least airstrikes available to support them. That overall lack of air support really killed any chance that the Afghans had of supporting it. It almost struck me as the Bay of Pigs invasion, where the United States the CIA trained up these Cuban refugees to send them over to Cuba to invade, promised air support, and then none of it happened, and they all were captured. Biden has consistently dropped the ball when attempting to address these issues. Getting by on the fact that he's not Donald Trump just isn't cutting it anymore at this point. He's failed to properly plan, he's failed to properly lead, and he failed to provide remedies to resolve the issue. Now, a lot of people at this point in time are kind of jumping to conclusions and calling for his resignation, and I think that's grossly premature. There have been a lot of mistakes made by presidents over the years, none of which are impeachable or worth resigning over. I don't think the Afghan withdrawal is one that we should be demanding his resignation for. And there was reports that there were some Republicans that were preparing articles of impeachment, which, given the political theater we went through during the Trump administration, I'm not surprised by that. But Biden definitely was not doing his best during this. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that no matter who would have been president, someone was going to have to bite this bullet eventually. If this withdrawal was ever going to actually happen, I don't think anybody, no matter who was in office, would have made this look like a victory. Just like in Vietnam, was peace without, or victory without defeat, or something like that, or whatever we called our
peace with honor.
Yeah, that's what it was. So we can make ourselves feel better about it. But in this case, there isn't any of that. I think it's a really, really bad look for him as a president. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but the image where he's up on the podium sort of for his moment of silence.
For his moment of silence shot, yeah.
I understand what he was going for in terms of wanting to be compassionate and those things. And I think that is important for a president to be. But I think his opponents, and even people that voted for him, are already looking at him and seeing him as weak. And I think that this is definitely contributing to that image. And I think, obviously, there's lives being lost here, but I think for him as a president, he's really got to step up and really look like a leader that the people that are still trapped in Afghanistan can hope and trust that they will actually receive some assistance.
You're absolutely right. And I can't help but think, regardless of who did the pullout, they were going to have a tragedy on their hands.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that should have happened after bin Laden was assassinated. So you've had 3 presidents drop the ball so far on this. Biden really was the first one to say, all right, enough is enough. Let's get this done now. So I have to give him some credit for having the intestinal fortitude to draw that line in the sand. So I give him credit for that level of courage. I ding him on the competency in which he did it. There's some areas that need to be worked on. But I can't help but think, how would Donald Trump have handled this? And the first thing that comes to mind was, as soon as this became a graphical issue for him, an image issue for him, he would have said or done something else controversial to deflect away from this, and everyone would be talking about that. So you'd be talking about immigration now, or he'd be tear gassing protesters somewhere, and you wouldn't be thinking about this anymore. And Trump was a master at that. Trump was a master at taking bad press and then distracting you away from it. And that's one area where Biden is just not doing a very good job with it.
No, we're just sort of wallowing in this unfortunate news cycle.
We're muddied down in this quagmire of news now, and the images keep flooding in, and the terrorist attacks are going to keep happening at this point in time until we get everyone out of there. I hate to say it, but he could take a page out of Trump's book and learn how to distract a little bit from this. Smoke and mirrors did wonders for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take our last break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about what the future of Afghanistan and the United States looks like. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the future of Afghanistan and the United States. So immediately, Afghanistan will once again fall under the oppressive regime of the Taliban. There will be no democratic system of government at all. The restoration of harsh Sharia law includes a body of religious rules to guide day-to-day lives of Muslims, a stringent code of punishment, Islamic personal laws governing marriage, inheritance, and child custody, a big emphasis on the limited women's rights, forced to wear head-to-toe face-covering garments, beatings if they step outside without a male guardian, no schooling at all, public executions, whipping or stoning for the violating of the law. There will also be economic sanctions. This is most likely going to be the next step from the U.S. in order to try to resolve the issue. This will also ultimately lead to hardship, and deprivation for the citizens of Afghanistan. Ultimately, they will be the ones that suffer. This might even hamper international relief efforts and attempts to clean up the country after 20 plus years of war, including the disposal of landmines.
So, yeah, I mean, you're really seeing a country set up for hardship, more hardship than they've seen in the past, from being war-torn and from having an oppressive government. How do you think that's going to affect the rest of the world?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a bad look for the U.S. for sure. I mean, and people talk about, the U.S. on the world stage embarrassing ourselves, and we definitely are. And I think that, economic sanctions are going to maybe make us look even worse, because it's going to be ultimately the civilians that are going to be suffering from this. And it's just, we dropped the ball, and there's not a whole lot we can do.
Yeah, and you're going to see that there's going to be extenuating circumstances to the pullout. You're going to see that the only thing the United States is going to be able to do is economic sanctions. We don't want to stay mired up in this, And the other thing that you're going to see come out of this is it's going to be a haven for terrorists. Excuse me. Again, you're going to see people, because of us trying to impose our will on another country, there's more hate. You couldn't ask for a better recruiting pitch than the United States doing something like this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a win for the Taliban, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to embolden any group remotely like them.
Right. The Taliban have historically proven to be supportive of terrorist organizations and to a certain extent practice terroristic activities themselves. They terrorize their own people. You're going to see the rise of this ISIS-K movement that's responsible for these couple of bombings. Now, ISIS-K is an extremist branch of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The K stands for Khorasan, which is a historical province which once stretched across Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Iran. They've launched multiple attacks on refugees already at the airport and claimed credit for them in Kabul. They killed over 170 civilians and 13 service members, which is what the United States is reeling from right now. In retaliation to that, within the last 24 hours, the U.S. launched drone strikes. Again, our sanctioned form of car bombs, really, at this point in time. They launched drone strikes on the Nangarhar province in Afghanistan, targeting one of the suspected planners of the attacks. And the Taliban also have a history of supporting al-Qaeda. The Taliban already sheltered Osama bin Laden during the American search for him after the 9/11 attacks. And the Afghan leaders, the current Afghan leaders, have made recent statements in support of bin Laden, raising questions of their continued support for the terrorist group. So they've pretty much signified the fact that they're going to be a home for terrorists. Anybody who wants to learn how to build bombs and kill people and terrorize the United States, you can come to Afghanistan. The Taliban's going to help you. That's what we have to deal with now.
Yeah, and this speaks to the damage to America's reputation, which I already mentioned a little bit. This is going to weaken the United States on the world stage. Our reputation with our allies is going to suffer when they see how poorly we treated our Afghani allies. We're creating yet another refugee crisis that the rest of the world will have to shoulder the burden of. Speaking of refugee crisis, some of those refugees are arriving in local military bases, where they're hopefully going to have some peace. The Afghan civil war, it's hard to imagine this not ending with a bloody